Okay. Can you hear me now? There you go. Okay, so we've got a lot to get through on day 2. Across the event, we've got 70 plus presentations and panels. So we did about 35 of them yesterday, and we've got another 35 or so to go. So I hope you had fun last night. If you were at the Fado House, or if you were off at some of the other events that we're running. So let me just give a quick summary of some of the highlights from day 1. First, I think it's clear. It's all about the services. And what I found was quite interesting is several of the sponsors didn't present. They actually got the customers to present for them and show the services that are being enabled by their platforms. We had case study after case study of businesses running on telecom capabilities and doing really cool stuff that's driving business. So this is moving from, speculative discussions, capability discussions, to being very specific. Sebastian, in one of the breakout sessions, gave, I think, an archetype case study on why we do TADHack and TADSummit. He moved from demonstration of a service at TADHack Mini in April this year to deployment that he announced in this event within 6 months. And that's exactly what it's about, is the hackathon's enabling you to play with the technology, to create new services, new capabilities, and because the platforms are open source, can run in the cloud, it makes it so damned easy to get this up and running. And definitely, the focus is far more than technology. The focus of TADSummit is definitely on the business, and the business is being created through telecom app development. So they were just a few of the themes that came through for me through day 1 quite strongly. We've got a lot to cover, so I just wanted to do one last slide from one of the MPoll surveys that we ran, and just to give Werner from Telenor, congratulate him for being the winner. Well done, Werner. But as you can see, it was a very close race. So I'd like to now ask Amos if you can come on down, and we'll get Amos set up, and we'll get the WSO2 presentation underway.
WSO2 Telco.
Sorry.
Okay.
There you go.
Good. Thanks very much. Morning, chaps and ladies. And hello, Colombo. Our whole team in Colombo is watching now, so hello, guys and girls. Good to be back. We were here last year, and I was here in a former role as the person running the Asiata Telco Group API program. And at that time, we actually announced that we were going to open source the technology that we had built to enable that program. And the result is WSO2 Telco. So I'm going to give you a quick overview about what we are and how we came about and what we're doing, and then some thoughts on APIs, telcos, business, and the future. So WSO2 Telco is a hybrid. It's a hybrid of telco experts who've been enabled and able to innovate inside the telco, and a pretty visionary open source middleware platform called WSO2. And the result is a new company, WSO2 Telco, or WSO2.telco we call it, which is providing digital enablement for telcos powered by APIs. And I'm just going to give you a quick overview of how this came about and what we've done with it so far and what we're planning to do with it. So APIs were positioned inside Asiata Group as an internal and an external enabler. So we kind of learnt the lessons. This isn't about setting up some separate digital services company and competing against the mothership. It's the opposite. It's about trying to find a way of making new business and embracing the digital age. So the idea that we came up with was to create a hub and then put a series of gateways into each of our telcos in order that we can optimize the process of engaging with the Asiata Group for outside organizations, and also continue to enable the local telcos doing their own business and embracing the same technology and the same capabilities that the hub enables. And the result is access to 240 million subs, getting on for 15 of large SPs coming on board with one contract, with one connection into the group. Around about 4 APIs, 4 core APIs that are currently exposed across the group. A wallet capability that's been deployed internally across 4 of the MNOs in the group, all powered by the same technology that we're now bringing to the market. Getting on for 400 BSS APIs exposed for internal use. 20% last year in one of our telcos of the large BSS CRs were fulfilled by APIs, right? So a massive saving in your traditional CRs for, large black box systems inside telcos. Getting on for 5,400 apps created using APIs. A lot of that innovation's happened in Sri Lanka, but we've got very innovative departments in the digital services teams across the group. 56 million API calls a month at the moment, just in Sri Lanka. Getting on for 12.5% of the dialogue customers using API-based apps. About 2,800 developers. Revenues increasing 20% month on month. In Indonesia, which is another very hot innovation center within the Asiata Group, a really unique collaboration between 3 telcos to provide a single interface for advertisers. And their SLA is 3 days. You can sign up and put an ad up on the channels with 3 large mobile operators in 3 days. And they deal with the secondary transactions that those ads generate, maybe a billing event or a location call or something more targeted. Asiata was the first group to launch Mobile Connect commercially, which is a GSMA initiative that was alluded to yesterday. WSO2 Telco platform was the first platform to actually produce a commercially available identity server for Mobile Connect. And we have a huge amount of interest in that from telcos around the world. So let's move on, hold on a sec. So this is a little film. If I can work out how to play it.
I am Ruandi Sanayaka. I am an entrepreneur.
I use IdeaMart to study coding and telco infrastructure.
We use IdeaMart platform to raise funds and help more children in Sri Lanka.
I track my sales force using IdeaMart.
I use IdeaMart to communicate to my students.
the reason I showed you that is because the catalyst for doing the API program within Axiata was actually based on the success of this business in Sri Lanka. It's about effectively getting people to believe that it's actually possible to do stuff with telcos. And one of the biggest problems that I had in my time at Axiata wasn't tech. The tech, net took about, I don't know, maybe 10% of the time that it took to put this out. The rest, 90% of the time, was process and getting people to buy into the concept that we could actually, as a telco, do stuff with a digital ecosystem as fast as a digital ecosystem can do it. So the reason I show that film is because that's one of the successes that actually triggered this whole thing. And a lot of the technology behind the Idea Mart stuff is the WSO2 technology. And that was originally open sourced. It was bought in. It was messed with for 3 years plus until we created a really robust, bulletproof system that we could roll out across the group. And it powers that Idea Mart thing, except for the very long-tail developer applications which are done by another service provider. So that is what's ended up happening at Axiata. Obviously, Axiata is still a very big client of WSO2 Telco, and they're also a shareholder of WSO2 Telco. What I'm going to do is just go through a couple of slides on why we exist and why we were even allowed to exist, if you like, from a telco's point of view. Why did they let us out and allow us to build a small startup effectively in the ecosystem? Our core reason for existing actually isn't tech. It is tech to enable smart business practice. That's actually our message. We want to abstract the technology. It shouldn't be an issue, and you shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. If there's something there that works, which is one of the good things about open source, then use it and make good business. Reduce opportunity costs, extract value, reduce CapEx spend. And the ecosystem is demanding that. So the open source movement and the ability for big enterprises to embrace that is moving on. Try and emulate best practices of the agile businesses, and obviously an API mindset does that. If you need to use it, if there's any possibility of using a service you've exposed one more time, make an API first, and then you save 100% of your integration costs the next time round. And obviously partnership. So all enterprises are realizing that they can't do everything themselves. So it consists of an API gateway. And the idea is to expose a bunch of services into this gateway. And then you can plug in a bunch of service providers and partner with services that you've exposed. So one of our core products is an API gateway. Very powerful, probably best of breed, open source. It also consists of a hub. And that hub talks to gateways. And there's a very good reason for that, which I'll go through in a minute. So the Axiata Group have effectively deployed a hub where large service providers, global service providers, regional service providers can plug into and access all of the telcos through the one connection, the one contract. But each of the local telcos can still operate independently using the same code, same interfaces. So you've got standardization, and you've got flexibility, and you've got reflection of reality. And this is where we're going with this. Because every time we do an integration with a telco, subject to contract, they can connect with another telco or the same service provider that plugged into one of the other telcos. So the idea is that you're creating a very flexible, loosely coupled ecosystem that is able to connect subject to contract, not subject to technology, not subject to standards, subject to contracts. All you need to do is work out what kind of business you want to do, and you can do it. That's where we're going with this. And the reason for that is it isn't just tech. You've got to validate the tech. You've got to present business ideas that actually work with the tech. So why a hub gateway model? Because telco business is essentially local, and anything that's going to work at a local level needs to be localized. Developers, that understand local markets quite often are local. Advertising is local and locally oriented. Communications are. Regulation, critically, is local. Interoperability at a local level is going to therefore be important. Competition is going to be important. Enterprise business is localized. Even the large global companies have local operations that tune their businesses to local. And critically, identity and data protection are local issues. And you need the ability to keep data I mean, certainly in Asia, things are moving towards governments locking down. So having a local gateway or a local hub is going to be really important going forward, even if you abstract some of the core sensitive data at a local level, and then you can use it in a wider context. And of course, smart cities are local. That's the nature of it. So there's a very good reason for having a hub gateway model. So how are telcos actually doing? Well, I mean, we know this information. Revenues are declining. We know that internet economy has affected the entire economy, and most operators really get that there's a problem. We know this. We know, that most applications actually use APIs. I don't think that's the right figure. Frankly, I think almost everything these days is using an API of one sort or another. And we know, stats keep getting thrown out that there's huge amounts of money to be made, and it could be 158 billion, Dean, but one way or another, we know that there's a lot of money to be made. But working with telcos is really tough, still is, right? They're not that agile. And it's primarily business process. Interestingly enough, right, the most agile part of a telco is their group marketing function. The people who work day to day fighting the other telcos in their same market, trying to beat them, tactical warfare, 3-month window, KPIs, they're very, very agile. They can drop $1 million, $2 million, $3 million in a heartbeat to do an advertising campaign to counter some product that some other telcos come up with. So actually they are very, very agile. But the bits that actually aren't agile quite often are the systems and processes behind the telco. And the reason for that is obvious, because they've got a lot of money being made, and a lot of people can't see whether or not there is money in the digital thing. This is where the problem is at the moment, is that validating the business case is really tough. What we're trying to do is to help that process by making it easier and quicker and more cost effective to try. But at the moment, the opportunity cost is very high, integrations are way too complex, and the planning process is designed for large CapEx models, not for lightweight digital innovation. So unless you're big gorilla, you can't really engage with the telco, at least it's very costly to engage with the telco. So it's still primarily the domain of big gorillas. And what we're trying to do is to effectively get rid of that mindset. The jury's out in telcos as to how best to do it. So the tech boys are going to say, fine, let's just go off and do a BSS OSS transformation, and we'll see you in 3 years' time. There's a middle road to this. You do need to do that, as telcos do need to transform, and they do need to go through long and thoughtful processes about core technology. But the beauty of abstraction layers, the beauty of API layers, the beauty of modern-day enterprise middleware systems is that you can actually expose the stuff that matters now. And the opportunity is amazing. Every single point integration you ever do with any service provider, if you did it as an API, you'd never have to do it again. And the processes behind that, 6 to 9 months of security and all the rest of the stuff you have to go through to expose that one service, which you do every single time you get involved with a service provider, you do once. And the interesting thing is that you're not messing with the core processes of the telco. They still have to run the SMSC, they still have to run the billing system, and go for it. But now you've abstracted it into an API layer, and you've got a governable, secure API, you can move. So in the end, this isn't about tech, it's about business agility. It's about people, it's about upskilling. It's about a mindset, I want to do business, I want to partner. And it's about smart technology. And that'll give you the value in the future, half of which we don't know. We just don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what's going to come 5 years from now. I'm amazed at what's come in the last 10 years. But if you're prepared for it, and you've got the mindset to be agile, and you've got the mindset to innovate, and you've got the mindset to fail, then you have a chance. Otherwise, you don't. So I suppose some core messages are, from a telco perspective anyway, you still need to enhance core revenues. They're still pressed for revenues, even though their margins are really good by most people's standards, they're still being pressed. You need to find new value. They definitely need to upskill. So one of the great things about the Asiata group was that there was an actual KPI for how many people who are non-telco that they could hire every year. That's pretty cool KPI, actually, because that means that they're really pointing towards upskilling. and getting the people with the mindset to do the transformation. So APIs, if you can use it again, if there's a slight possibility of using that service again, expose it as an API first time round. The incremental cost is nothing, and you will then not spend that money again and that opportunity cost to integrate. The second is accelerate business process first. Do not try and change tech ops on day one. There's no way you're going to. They're not for changing. And there's a good reason for that, because they're still running the primary revenue generating mechanisms in a telco. So they're not going to move, and nor should they in some respects, because it's too valuable. So change business process first, and then make things possible, and advertise the fact it's possible, and promote the fact that it's possible, because in the end it's about belief. How many people have gone to a telco and met someone amazing, and you've come away feeling really optimistic, and then you get into the process, and 9 months later you haven't got anywhere? So it's about belief that it can be done. And that's why the internal enablement that our platform enables, and that Axiata has also managed to enable, is just as important. We've now got an API store. I say we, I'm not we anymore, but it's difficult sometimes. It's only 2 months old. But there's actually an API store for internal consumption of APIs. Internal. So the mindset is, let's have a look on the storefront and see if there's an API that does what I want for my business. That's a complete change, as opposed to, oh my God, I'm now going to have to go through a 9-month process to see if we can do that. Now I can go, can I do it tomorrow? Which is massive change, and it means that you can move much quicker. So where we are and where we're going for. So right now, 4 gateways and 2 hubs, and all of them talk to each other in Asia, right? So we're well on the way to potentially connecting 1 billion customers into this one system. That's the opportunity. That's the opportunity for everybody, right? So our view is, create your playbook, and then you'll get a great partner, because telcos actually are great partners. They are really good partners. The local innovation is a really important part of life. There's the global arm's reach stuff, where you go to an aggregator, and there's some really good companies out there doing it. But you've still got an amazing opportunity at a local level. And there's a really good balance there, because MNOs bring a lot to the table. They bring reach, they bring Marcom, they bring channels. And once you have partnered with them, they are really great partners. And the service providers or developers bring the agility, the innovation, and the service. And that's what we're going for. That's what we're going for with our model. So highlights. Have I got to go? I've got to go. There you go. That's the highlights of our platform. And that is me.
So time for one quick question for Amos. Just hang on a sec, John.
What would you consider your breakthrough moment where you got not developers, but the common person to use your APIs to develop their communications?
The common person?
Yes.
So, well, I think the pioneers in that particular area, you know, it was you know, the dialogue team, right? And I'm not sure, it's an interesting thing. I suppose one of their breakthrough moments just would have been a successful person who'd never coded in their life, coming up with the business and becoming an entrepreneur, having used those telco APIs. And you saw in the film, I mean, there were people who are, you know, not technical people, but they worked out how to use an API to communicate with their team. Right, and you know, teacher was a teacher there, right? And
what was that light bulb moment that you said, you know, I need to do this to get a common person use my APIs? I mean,
that's an interesting question.
Yeah, well, no, just to, because I know the background here.
Yeah.
They didn't use APIs. It was a simple web form. So you made it so easy, it was just point and click. Just like you have on your platform.
I mean, it's an interesting question, because it is a leap of faith, right? I mean, for a telco, which is this huge, great organization, it is a leap of faith to open up their core to anybody. It's a really difficult thing for them to get their heads around. And partnership at the level that we're now talking about, you look at any of the big organizations, you know, from TripAdvisor to Airbnb to Dropbox or whatever, they're just businesses built on APIs.
Yep.
That's all they are. But it's a big leap of faith. And the other thing is that we just don't know. I don't know quite how IoT is going to play out. but I certainly know that if we can connect to something, then we've got a chance, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for the sake of time, let's take the discussion to the coffee break, because there is a lot that we can discuss on that. And I'd like to invite Roy, if you can come on down and get yourself set up. So Roy keynoted last year with his Fring hat on, independent Fring hat, and then he was bought by Genband and has been very busy creating the Fring Alliance. Now, while Roy's getting set up, let me just, a few housekeeping stuff and information. Some of you might have received a cancellation notice for the Huawei G6 notice, workshop this afternoon at sort of 3. That was a mistake. It is still taking place. So once we wrap up and finish with TADSummit, we'll then move on to the Huawei G6 workshop, and to make it attractive, there'll be some free drinks. Then just quickly on the YouTube stats, we had yesterday over 215 viewers from all around the world. Australia, Romania, Brazil, Japan, South Africa, India, UK, US, and even Portugal, even though we're physically here. Some people were on watching the event for over 2.5 hours. So you got to give them, their due. They were certainly troopers. Generally, people were on watching for an hour and a half. So if we include that 215 with the 150 plus that we have had physically here yesterday, that puts us at over an audience of 360. So what I'll do now, as Roy's waiting for me, is hand over to you.
So, anyone identify the city, please? Anyone? Istanbul. Amazing. Yes, it is. I just came back yesterday right from Istanbul, where we had yesterday. They're not picking you up. Not picking me up? You can't hear me? So we just came back from Istanbul yesterday. Better? So we just came back from Istanbul yesterday, where we had an internal kickoff, if you like, of the Fring Alliance, which I would like in the next 20 seconds. I will try to behave and keep on time to give you an overview of Fring Alliance and what we think about it. And I will appreciate your feedback. And Dean always has feedback, so I'll appreciate his feedback as well. And we keep meeting each other all the time. So the reason we have some insights is because we were talking to so many carriers all the time, and this is some of the carriers that we're working with. And this is, by the way, Nifty, which we just launched last week in Japan. And basically in the last, as Alan said, since joining Fring and since being acquired by Genband, we're talking to and working with carriers all the time, and we're getting feedback from the market, and we're suggesting these ideas, and some of those ideas are stupid, and some of those ideas are idiotic, and others succeed, and others have failed, but we constantly get flow of information. And what we're starting to understand, and this is my wording, so you probably wouldn't see it on any analyst report, is the following kind of insights, if you like. And again, this is my own personal view, so you're welcome to challenge it in any way, right? It's a commoditized. Basically, the value of minute is 0. It's perceived as it's table stakes. If you don't have it, you're done. OTTs are moving beyond real-time communication to generate value. Now, I'm pretty sure WeChat, Skype, Line, you're all familiar with those. WeChat is at the point, and they're doing an amazing job, well respect to them, that they are willing to subsidize communication to get the ecosystem working, right? So we kind of moved beyond. Now, not all the time, not every time, but that's the mind. And second, OTTs are closed gardens. And my prediction, and I will not be willing to sign any documents that ratifies this, but I guess in the next 24, 36 months, they will still be closed gardens. They do not want to federate. It's against their DNA. It's against their business models. Real-time communication OTTs content, borderlines are getting blurry. When I'm watching an OTT video or a TV series, and there's commentary from different viewers all over the video channel, right? And with the editors or the celebs that are performing in the video. Is this content or this real-time communication? Where exactly is the borderline? It's getting blurry, and I think it's a good thing. It's an interesting thing because it's opened up. And video is gaining more and more. Now, I can only share with you that on our platform, on Candy, Janban's platform, we see that video is more and more as if we're hanging out together. Like the Hangouts of Google, we're hanging out. So we see kids are doing homework together where the video camera on the laptop is open, and for 3 hours, the video session is on. They might be talking to each other for a few minutes only. Like, how did you answer question number 9? Yeah, right, I did the same, right? So the video curve is going up. Communication services are trying Me Too, are failing miserably. So if there's anyone here who's trying a Me Too strategy or is working for a company who's trying a Me Too strategy, there isn't a single case study, which I'm familiar with, and I might be wrong, so I'll be happy to be educated, that a carrier launched a Me Too strategy that was successful. Successful as in the CEO was, banging on the drum. I want to kick WhatsApp ass. Never worked. Will never work because there's no motivation for the users to move from WhatsApp, Viber, Fring, Lisbon, choose one from whatever they're using and they're happy to use to something else, unless it's different. And what is different, you define. Dime pipes. Well, I used sewage pipes, but our marketing wasn't happy with the terms, so they changed it. Some of the carriers said, okay, you know what, we met. So we're going to have great business. We're just going to sell data to the big players. So we want to be dump pipes. Dump pipes means you use sewage pipes because Apple and Google and Facebook have enough money to do whatever they want. And they will bring you down to the bottom. So if that's your strategy, long-term, good luck. We don't think it will be successful. But again, this is my view, so you're willing to disregard it completely. Bottom line, 3 things. You need to have an OTT strategy. Whatever it is, have an OTT strategy. Every carrier that we meet, we tell guys, forget Fring, forget Janban, forget everything. Have a strategy. Don't play, nothing happens. By the time you wake up, you'll be too late. User engagement. It's not about let me squeeze another cent from the user or let me give you a cheaper minute to India or a cheaper minute from the US to Europe. That's not. It's about engagement. And post-minute revenue engines. We are thinking about dozens of applications and services that are not based on minutes. I'm in your way? Yeah. I'll move. Sorry. That are not based on minutes. For a fact, 97% will fail miserably of those applications and services because we have no freaking idea what will work. Out of the 3% that will actually have some traction, another 70% will have success. Maybe 2 will be really successful. But since we don't know, and since no one knows, let's start playing with it. Let's try. Let's do fast, fail, forward. That's the only thing, if I needed to remember from this short session, fail, fast, forward. Why? Because the telecom mindset of a decade ago is irrelevant in today's economy. That's all. Easier said than done, obviously, right? So what is Fring Alliance? Fring Alliance, in a nutshell, is a federated, and remember, we were white label telecom OTT provider. Platform enabling real-time communication as well as post-minute revenue engines, applications and more, based on APIs and SDKs. The Alliance is owned and directed by its members for roadmap, value-added service initiatives, and go-to-market best practices. Carriers are miserably clueless when it comes to consumer applications. It's not their DNA. Maybe they don't know what to do with it. They're very good as a marketing entity. They know how to build packages. They know how to communicate and do publishing, but when it comes to building application, they're not really there are very few examples which I can say are really good. I think Lisbon is actually one of the good examples where a carrier initiative was actually really successful. Hi, guys. High five. You owe me coffee afterwards. All right. So what we see is 2 centers of gravities. The first center of gravity, be different. Real-time communication feature is the baseline. If you come up with a service, whatever the platform is, Lisbon, Fring, Matrix, whatever the platform is, if it doesn't have the baseline, text, voice, video, conferencing, and whatever comes down the line, if you don't have it, you're not in the game. You're in a different game. You're building cars. I don't know what you're doing, but you're not doing OTT. Second, you need to have post-minute revenue engines, and we understand that there are 2 levels. macro and micro. Again, my wording, actually our CEO wording, but I'll take the credit for it. Macro applications means these are services that were initiated as an idea by the partners, by the members, which I'll talk in a second, are now being offered across the line, across all the members of the alliance. An easy example would be SMS, right? Post OTT world. SMS is available wherever you are, right? So think about the same concept, but on services and applications which are not about real-time communication. Micro apps, again, you take the IPAs and SDKs, and you develop, you the carrier, with your developers community, with your developer teams, develop an application that is relevant only for your region. One of the examples, one of our partners in Asia, in China, has come up with an application to do the daily Tai Chi tip of the day with an exercise thing, okay? In Mandarin. How many non-Mandarin speaking users outside of China will use it? No idea. But it's probably not as relevant as other services. Okay? So that's the concept. Baseline, right? As we said, voice, text, video, break-in, break-out, cable, landline, mobile, multi-party video, location, file sharing, screen sharing, any screen, any network, any device. My understanding, that's the base package. If you don't have this, as we said, you're not in the game. You're doing something else. And it's about the user experience. Now, out of curiosity, how many people in the audience have a degree in engineering, some sort? Raise your hand, don't be shy. We still love you. Physics? Physics? Seriously? Doesn't count? Take down your hand. No. Okay. How many do not have degree in engineering of some sort? Physics counts. Raise your hand. Okay, so most of the audience here are uber geeks, right? Would you agree? Therefore, please think very carefully, not about yourself when you're designing a service, about the user experience. At the end of the day, technology by itself is not beautiful. It's what it does for the user, for the service provider. If it does it in a way that the user likes it, you're successful. If it's amazingly fast, but I can't access it because it's too complicated, it's futile, right? So federation. Now, federation, all it means actually is we connected OTT clouds. And by design, the way we build up Candy, which is GenBand's platform, and which is based on Fring, it is open via APIs and SDKs. So we love RCS. Not because I have any opinion if it's successful or not. Now Google purchased it, I really have no idea. But it means that we enable RCS and NI, network-to-network integration. And we love metrics. We think metrics is an awesome idea, and we're really supportive of it. Number one, because I think you guys are doing amazing work. And second, because if it's successful and we're able to federate it, it's for the benefit of everyone. And then we love working with Lisbon, we love working with WeChat, and whoever. And by the way, we talked to the Viber guys several times, and every time it came down to the same point. OTT's business, the traditional OTTs, or as I like to call them, the legacy OTTs, right, are closed gardens, and they don't want to federate. And we actually, as a concept, as a carrier, Telecom OTT, would like to federate. Now, what means federation? It's your brand, it's your pricing and billing, it's your differentiation features, it's your data, and it's your micro apps. So you maintain your user, you maintain your core business, you maintain your pricing, but you're able to communicate and develop and enhance features and capabilities through other networks. That's all. So your users are not confined. And therefore, you can provide them differentiation through the assets that you as a carrier has. And only carriers have certain assets, like owning the number or enabling the number across any device. Just one of the examples. And for all the geeks in the audience, which is most of the audience, we're doing it via snippets of code, which is APIs and SDKs. Oh, there's a video camera. And this is our platform. Candy platform is designed in a way that bottom up, we're enabling both the OTT, the IP part, and the GSM, PSTN part for the benefit of developers. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with Twilio, right? Twilio? Great company, Twitter. Okay? Twitter's core DNA is talking and working with the developers at the end, right? And they're doing an amazing job, and it's very easy for even non-developer, non-geek, to develop an application to do communication. Our approach, since we're coming from the telco industry and through the acquisition of Fring and other companies from the OTT strategy, is to go through the developers of the carriers and the enterprises. Same mentality, different approach. Right? So far good? Cool? Sababa? Thank you. All the Israelis in the audience. You know what Sababa is? Do you know what Sababa is? Okay, sorry. I'll take a break for 10 seconds. Sababa means, actually comes from Arabic. And Sababa, I believe it comes from Arabic. Actually, Sababa means in Hebrew, cool. Sababa? Let's try that again. Sababa? Thank you. All right, cool. Or Sababa. Okay. Basic stuff. I'll skip this because we actually already discussed it, but that's basically the way it works. Now, we reside on AWS. Why? Because it's easy. And that's the same concept. We have nothing against any other cloud, and you should not have as well, but it's simply easier for us. And if we have some of our customers that say data regulation, lawful intercept, data privacy, we don't want Snowden to be able to listen to our calls and stuff like that, we also work in all kind of hybrid models based on data regulation and requirements. Which means that the platform, which as you saw a slide before, is agile and can be break down into models which are half here, half there. But that's a model that works for us. So it's a global reach with local access, in a nutshell. And that's important to provide both availability and quality of service. And remember, at the end of the day, the consumer, at the end, wants the user experience. He doesn't care that the carrier, all he did is provided his logo to white label an application. So that's part of our ability to work with all kind of carriers. Now, the second center of gravity, if you remember, beyond the technology, is to get ready where the minute will die. And it's dying. If someone haven't noticed, it is dying, right? Now, of course, still a lot of money is being generated today by carriers and enterprises on texting and voice, but it's going down and it's not going to pick up. So the carriers, and that's my observation, the carriers who are already in the mindset to understand that their business is fading away, and I mean putting into that basket also the international calls and the data roaming, are already starting to experiment mentally within the organization. They already said, okay, I need to get ready to the day where the minutes will die. So I want to be there with some scratches on my back and not trying to do it then. Now, I want to take you through a couple of examples, ideas that came up from talking to carriers and service providers. I guarantee you that some of these services will fail. As I said, some will be okay, some will be successful. And many of them I haven't thought of. And I'm pretty sure that I have no idea how to think of. But the concept is that we, by the way, not just us, we as a community of technology enablers, forward-looking, should provide the tools to the marketing gurus at the carriers and at the enterprises to develop the applications that will yield the revenues in the future. In the future, 6, 18, 24 months. Now, the first one that came across the board is payment transfer or financial services. And actually, payment transfer is just a very small subset, right? Why? Because, and I think just before me also he was talking about money, right? If I'm not mistaken, right? It's a necessity. It's a necessity in the developed market, in the developing market. For example, one of our partners, Airtel, in Africa, they're doing more inflows on Airtel money than on minutes because there's no banking system. And you can actually get a car insurance. You can actually get financial service through your mobile phone, through the service. So actually the concept of money and the ability to utilize it is something which is core. Now, I'm pretty sure you're also aware that today many expats are transferring money back to their homeland, but family right? I want to give you $10 to buy McDonald's. I want to give you $10 to my kids to go to the Luna Park, right? And so on. So that's one concept. The second concept is that now I have an e-wallet within my application as part of my service provider that I can start monetizing in different ways. I can do communication, but I can do other stuff. I can, like we do in Australia with them too, you can pay your phone bill. You can pay your electricity bill. You can pay municipal taxes from the same place, right? So that's one form. Now, how you price it, how you build it, we take the responsibility together with our partners in the alliance to build the infrastructure. Wow, that's nice. Cool. And he has a helicopter there. And each carrier will implement in the way that is relevant for his market. So it's not replacing that. So that's one. Second, advertising. Now, advertising in all form, shape, and sorts. From ringback tone through in-app advertising, real-time mediation, offering wall, you name it. By the way, I have no idea which one will be successful. I do know that they are doing many experiments, and they want to do many more experiments on the ability to do real-time mediation into location plus contextual advertising. Will it be successful? I don't know. But I know that we are enabling the way to test and play with it and to try it. And the feedback will be very fast. And part of the responsibility of the alliance is to say, okay, Dean tried it in the UK. It was okay. What was successful was 1, 2, 3. So now we'll go to Airtel in India or M2 in Australia. Tell them that's what Dean did and was successful. Therefore, we recommend you duplicate that. So we're able to share best practices or failures, to that matter. Zen Labs, for example, that's one of the things we're working on. You know what beacons? Everyone familiar with beacons? The concept? No. Beacons is a very overly simplified, low transmission beacon that you put in a retail, or the retail are putting, and it's a location-based advertising. When you go near it, it's able to sense you, and based on your profile, to offer you promotion and advertising, right? That's really, really oversimplified manner to show it. And again, this is one of the services that are being asked by our partners to enable. We're enabling it across the platform. And again, you ask me, do you know if it's going to work? No, I don't. If it's going to be successful, maybe in China, yes, but in Japan with Nifty will be a miserable failure. Because culturally, Japan might not be the right country to do such a thing. Gaming. And again, one of our partners is Snail in China. It's a gaming company. And their view is completely from the gaming platform. We want to be able that I can invite you, as same as I invite you to play, to make a call with me or a text session, I can invite you to play chess with me, and I can watch you at the same time. That's the view of the Chinese market. Is it the same experience or cultural behavior in the US? Probably not. I'm on timing, I'm okay?
If you could finish in the next minute.
Next minute, I have about 40 slides. Only for, okay, productivity is the same concept, and premium content, we see a lot of demand for that. And one of the application, I'm going to take 2 minutes, if with your permission. Thank you. So I just want to show you one of the applications that we're doing today. Is audio here? Audio?
I use pictures, text, effects, and music to tell a story.
One of the applications that we were developing
I can easily create and send a stitch from within Candy-powered messaging apps like Fring or Airtel Talk. Now, my family can share this special moment with us. capture and send life's best moments in motion.
You got the idea, right? So it's a collective roadmap that is being designed and developed together by everyone, and that's an important factor, that we're working with the carriers together, and they are actually part of the decision process of how we define the platform, both the candy and the features, that gives them ownership, that give them ability to impact. And it's an apps economy, so we're moving together from the real-time communication economy into the apps economy. And that's almost a DNA change that they're going through together. And our commitment is to drive innovation and to drive value and to drive usage together with them. So really, in a nutshell, it's a joint effort. And it's an open garden effort. And we see a lot of traction and a very positive start. And we're going to have a lot of hiccups and fuck-ups and issues along the way. But it's very exciting. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Roy. That was great. So because of time, you can take questions in the exhibition hall because you have your stand there. So Rakendra, yep, great, thank you. If you can come on down and get yourself set up.
Sir?
What's the audio killer again? What's the audio?
This is audio, this is...
And thank you for the language lesson as well.
All right, good morning, everybody. Picking me up. So, my name is... All right, cool. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rakendra. I'm here to talk here today about a different set of topics. Media processing, something that happens under the hood, if you will, but nonetheless very critical piece of the telecom infrastructure that we all play with. So let me get started. Dialogic. When I throw the word dialogic to a lot of my customers, they all go, huh, who is dialogic? I mean, immediately the old boards come into play and all the fax boards and the voice boards. Those are the kinds of things that people think about. We've been around the block for a while. We've been in the industry playing for over 30-odd years. But Dialogic has evolved. We are now providing core infrastructure for a lot of our telcos, ranging from IMS core components like MRF and some of the call control pieces and CSCF pieces to some of the core NGN pieces. So we have a range of things. One of the core underlying themes behind Dialogic from an evolution standpoint is migration towards software. Everything we do, everything we have been doing in the last 4 or 5, probably 10 years is centered around moving core network assets to software. So NFE is a huge part of our overall strategy and some of the things that we've been doing in NFE for a while. So with that as the background, one of the things I want to talk today about was specifically the media processing, our core flagship product called the Power Media XMS. For the uninitiated, the media processors are known by a variety of things. People know it as MRFs in IMS networks. They know it as an MCU. They know it as a video mixer. Some people think of it as an IP media gateway. There are lots and lots of different names, but essentially all of it does is heavy-duty media mixing, core processing from a technology standpoint. What XMS is all about is it's virtualized and 100% software-based. It's got a comprehensive audio and video capabilities with RTC, IMS ready. But one of the key things that I wanted to pick on here is it's got a robust set of APIs. So, we have talked about essentially applications and APIs yesterday and today. One of our takes here is that not only that's critical, but it's also critical to open up the core network processing, like media processing, through API infrastructure, and that's what we're going to talk about. So what I'm going to do is show a little bit about some of the APIs that we support, but more importantly, I'm going to start showing some of the use cases that we actually have. And continuing the theme that Alan talked about, we'll actually have a customer talk about their experience using XMS to drive their use case. So from the standpoint of APIs, we offer the whole spectrum of APIs, from the modern JSON, Java-based APIs that the web codes and the web developers love, to some of the more traditional telco APIs like the WXML and NetAN and some of the old traditional ones. So there's a whole spectrum of APIs. I think the more critical thing is that regardless of which direction you go, you're going to get the same kind of look and feel in terms of the capability and functionality. And some of the examples of what you can actually do is things like transcoding, things like media processing, things like mixing, recording, things that are critical in all the use cases, but things that are mostly taken for granted. So these are the kinds of things that we enable. So with that said, what I'm going to do next is talk a little bit about the use cases. And I have, we selected 3 varied set of use cases. The first one is an example of an over-the-top provider that is revolutionizing the next generation emergency services. And it's a very, very different way of approaching the traditional 911 or whatever the number is in your specific country location. That's one example. The second key example is also around some of the more traditional telco use cases where they're looking at ways to add WebRTC to existing IMS and SIP infrastructure, so ability to bridge different worlds, if you will. And the last one is telcos looking at enterprises, especially around some of the core video conferencing type enterprises. So we'll talk about 3 different use cases, time permitting. So the first one that I think is more exciting for us is this over-the-top provider called Safer Mobility. By way of background, this is a startup based out of Atlanta, Georgia. One of the key things, or one of the core things that they offer is they're experts in combining user identity, location, and contextual information in an emergency context. So they have several patents in that area, and they're looking to build services combining contextual information, location information, user identification in an emergency services concept. And they're looking at participating in a 1.7 billion or whatever the number is in terms of the emergency services market. So we've been working with them for the last 2 years. And when they initially approached us, they had several challenges, right? So they were not looking to build the next, just another 911 service where somebody picks up a phone and calls 911 and then expects to get a service. They were looking this as from a campus security standpoint. So essentially, university campuses was a prime target, where they were looking to enable students, provide security of our students on campus. Traditionally, in the US campuses, there is this notion of blue boxes where people can go and dial a number and ask for help. But they're looking to build a next generation of that. They're essentially what I call mobile blue boxes, and they'll talk about it in a second. And from their perspective, for an over-the-top provider, time to market is critical. I think we heard this in some other presentations as well. The notion of trying to deliver the solution first to the market type of thing is very critical. And from the standpoint of emergency services, for them, it's not only important to complete the calls, but it's also ability to archive it, record it, for post-processing, for lawful agencies to look at the information, et cetera. That's also what's critical. So there are some of the key challenges, and then they'll probably talk about it in a second here. In terms of the core solution, this is what it looks like. One of the key things to mention here is this: everything is in the solution is run on Amazon Cloud. We have mobile clients, basically mobile users, campus users, and the students that are pointing their devices on the client applications to the infrastructure running on Amazon, which then is being used to communicate back to the public safety officials, and whether it's a police or what have you. They'll not only see video, live video location, they can talk to the person in case, or chat with them, text with them, things of that nature. So that's sort of the setup. With that, I'll just let the video run where the customer will actually talk about their experience here.
Hi, I'm Kevin Mullins. I'm the CEO of Safer Mobility. Safer Mobility is best described as a 911 system on steroids. Technology was developed by a university for a university We've been able to migrate this technology out, moving into corporate campus, hospital, and also within other demographics. Dialogic was really the piece that brought it all together. Dialogic Power Media XMS really was that solution that tied everything in that we needed to, especially on the audio and the video side. We knew where we wanted to go, but we didn't necessarily know how to get there. So by partnering with Dialogic, it allowed us to be able to be creative, to be nimble. We built a web RTC-based platform that allows us to be able to have that peer-to-peer communication, but also multi-to-peer and peer-to-multi. So it really allows us to be nimble. We can cut and paste our technology, we can move into various demographics, and that's exactly what we're doing with Safer Mobility. And again, we've been able to do that through this partnership with Dialogic. Towson University, which is where we are today, is a 19,000 student liberal arts university in Maryland. Towson is very safety conscious. They're very much ahead of the curve. By adapting Safer Mobility, it's allowed them to have thousands of mobile blue boxes moving about campus. When you look at the university structure, when you look at campus safety, lots of pressure to universities to build safety within campus. Studies show that 1 in 5 female students will be sexually assaulted during 4 years. Towson recognizes that, and they've driven those numbers down, and they've done that via Safer Mobility.
My name is Matthew Ma. I am the Chief Technology Officer of Safer Mobility. We are working on applications for public safety. There are sort of like 3 main pieces to the Safer Mobility system. The first piece that the client sees is the mobile application piece, right? And this is the piece that it finds your location. It's a source of audio and video from someone at a scene that they want to send information out to someone who's sitting at the second piece, which is a console. And we assume that's going to be running in like a public safety center, so it's going to be run by someone at the police or someone in a similar kind of position. And that is the console where an operator is going to answer your call. They're going to see where the call is coming from, and they're going to be able to interact with the user both over, with their voice as well as with text. The third piece is the server portion. So right now we have the server part in the cloud, and it has all of the business logic built into it, and we're using the Power Media XMS for all of the WebRTC storage and transferring of audio and video. Power Media XMS is being used to relay the video and as well as to store it. For public safety applications, the police are interested in maintaining a record of everything that happens. So if you make a call and you have video of a suspect in a crime, we want to make sure that that's available for as long as the police want to keep it. If people want to come back afterwards and press charges or something similar, they need to have that available to them. So Power Media XMS was a great way to save video as well as to be like a central point to relay video through our system. Power Media XMS is great about that. It takes care of the codecs for you. The video comes in, it gets saved in a file. You can run FFmpeg on the file and get a new video that you can play, right? And it was really quite painless relative to some of the other things that we tried and were not successful with using.
If you look around the university here, you see everyone's carrying a smart device with them. It's everything. It's their bank, it's their calendar, it's their connection to the world. And we've turned it into a mobile safety tool. So now with the application, if a student needs a direct communication tool, they're in crisis, need of assistance, there's one app to hit, the Safer Mobility application. They hit the app, it dials in to the command center here. And again, you get the profile piece. They know exactly who the student is. They know their class schedule if they want to see that. They know their vehicle tag number. Whatever information that the university would like to see is built into that template. And they know exactly where they're at on campus. The role that WebRTC played in the solution was really allowing us to speed up the application side, speed up the development of it, being able to get this out to market faster. When you're talking about mobile safety, you have a lot of companies that are trying to get in that market right now. While none do what we do, they're still in that market. WebRTC, again, allowed us to move faster, to be more nimble, to be able to enhance our product more quickly. Dialogic Power Media XMS played the most vital role, being able to give us that platform for voice and for the audio side, to being able to take the information and to be able to catalog, to be able to archive, and ultimately be able to retrieve that information. Safer mobility will continue to expand in municipal 911, corporations, hospitals, obviously universities. We have a new product coming out for the banking industry, financial services, and we have a lot of cool and exciting things to come.
So that was one example of some of the things that the over-the-top guys are doing relative to the media processing, essentially taking the APIs there. The other example I have here is more traditional telco use case, and this is something that we are working with our partner Oracle. The basic use case is connecting WebRTC cloud to the traditional VoIP and SIP and IMS clouds. So essentially, there is a need for inner working piece between these two worlds in terms of different codecs, ability to translate encryption, ability to traverse NAT, and so on and so forth, and bridge the gap. So in that context, Dialogic powers the media processing element of this WebRTC interaction between IMS networks and VoIP networks and the WebRTC side of things. With Oracle's WSC, for example, as one solution. Where we are responsible, Dialogic is responsible for VP8 to a traditional H.264 conversion if need be, or 711 to an Opus conversion, or things of that nature. So those are the kinds of things that we are enabling. Again, the way this came about was through an API interface where, as I mentioned before, XMS supports a REST interface, so the ability to interconnect different products, whether it's just the developer stuff that we talked about from a safer mobility standpoint or even traditional point products, is unmatched because of the richness of the APIs that we provide. And the last example here is another use case where we have a customer in the APAC region that is looking to roll out enterprise-wide video conferencing. The use case primarily is for mid to large enterprises looking to do things like all-hands meetings and things of that nature, where they expect 200, 300 type of attendees to attend a video conference. So a traditional peer-to-peer model simply doesn't scale. You can't cope up with that many participants joining a video session, let alone be stable. So the reason for media server's existence, again, is to be able to bridge those 200 connections together on a single conference. Now, this is not an audio conference, this is a video conference. So we have the ability to be able to bridge that many participants together, present a coherent visualization to the end customer to drive the video conference session, again, for things like all-hands meetings and other large-scale company-wide events and things of that nature for video conferencing needs. Again, driven by a REST interface. The interaction's been pretty straightforward. The back-end technology, a lot of it is WebRTC, to be honest. So in terms of rolling out the solution, it's been pretty painless. A lot of the work that we have done is in terms of supporting the scalability for upwards of 200 plus, 300 plus participants in a video conference. So this is sort of another flavor for what telcos are doing. And essentially, there are over-the-top kind of guys that are doing differentiated services, and there is this traditional telcos that are looking to bridge worlds as they embrace WebRTC. And then there is carriers like this that are looking to drive WebRTC-based video conferencing solutions to enterprise markets. At least those were the sampling, if you will, for some of the 3 different types of use cases that powered by XMS or powered by Dialogic. So that, I think, brings to my last slide. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
That was X?
Yep.
Hello? No? Okay. I'll just project. Is there one up there? We seem to be missing one of the mics. Okay. So just for the sake of time, we'll move on to the next one. During the exhibition, you've got your stand so people can come there.
Good.
That was excellent. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So we have Matthew and Martin have been busy hacking away here. I'm not sure. Normally it's halfway through a presentation, or actually 5 minutes, well, just normally about 30 seconds after the end of the presentation, Matthew gets things working. So I'll let these guys come up, and Martin, who's been a supporter of TADSummit since the start, and of TADHack as well, will be presenting on the Telecom Internet of Things, how to enable and accelerate innovation. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah, perfect. So, hopefully he gets something running. Good morning, TADSummit. Good morning, world. For those who don't know what this is an IoT revolution. $35 fits inside my hand, is 4 times as powerful as the first Google servers. This is going to start a revolution in IoT. Why? If I have a fridge, and I would put a Raspberry Pi inside, I would have a smart fridge. Okay? If I would now have a prototype of Sodera. Sodera is a software-defined radio. This is going to be the Arduino of the telecom engineers. First time this is shown in public. This goes. What is this now? This can be the new form factor of a mobile base station. I'm not kidding. I'll explain it in a minute. This can be a flying mobile base station. Look up on YouTube, flying mobile base station, and you'll actually see it fly, you actually see it do calls. These are the new form factors. Is this working? Nothing. Okay, what we are doing is we're app enabling any smart device. So you take that Raspberry Pi, you take any other hardware, and you can put apps on there. We've open sourced a new version of Ubuntu that puts apps on top of anything. Anything can be drones, fridges, network equipment, anything else. So, yep. So, what are we offering? Snappy Ubuntu Core is a smaller version of Ubuntu, and it can have app stores, not one app store. Anybody will be able to run their own app store. That means any telco can run app stores on any type of things, like think broadband, modems, and so on. We are assuming that apps are badly written, are hostile to other apps and operating system. So we build top quality security in Snappy Ubuntu Core. And we also assume that, like, if you take one of those Raspberry Pis and you fly it to the top of the mountain, it might cost a lot of money if there's an upgrade and it destroys it. So we made transactional updates possible. We also made it super easy to create snappy apps or snaps, and hopefully if we can get this working, we can actually see it. And we allow it to be easily extended. Who are we working with? Well, this fridge is actually not the real fridge. But if you look at ChillHub from General Electric, you find that the first app-enabled fridge was demoed together with General Electric and ourselves in May on the IoT Summit. You also find Forbes writing about that one. The other day, Dell launched their IoT strategy. They launched the first IoT industrial gateway. We're on that one. You also find a next generation of switches, top-of-the-rack switches that are coming from Broadcom and others. We're working on that one. And Intel, if you do Intel Snappy, you'll see that Intel is doing our marketing. They do a lot better job than we do. And we're working with lots of others. We're working with companies like Microsoft, like Acer, like Samsung, like ARM, like the Eclipse Foundation, Amazon, and so on. Hopefully we can do a demo. In the meantime, I mentioned Sodera to you. What are we going to do with Sodera? Well, this is a prototype. I'll have an image up of what it will look like. We want to do a crowdfunding campaign together with telcos. We want everybody to be able to buy this at the final price when there's volume. So we need a little bit of subsidization so that every engineer in the world that likes to do wireless innovations can buy these things, plug them in, and come up with apps for RF. What does that mean? You will have an open source LTE app that you put on here and it becomes an LTE microcell. You can have a LoRa app and it becomes an IoT gateway. You can have radar. You can have whatever technology. Think about this drone. If I'm flying around with this on a drone, I can be flying over the ocean and using radar technology to find refugees and then putting LTE up to call home and say, I located refugees in the middle of the ocean, middle of a forest, any of those type of things. We're app-enabling drones, so automatically they can fly around the world and do things for you. Okay. What can the next generation of base stations as such look like? Well, anything that has a processor could be a base station. Think about a point of presence for paying. Think about a Coca-Cola vending machine. Think about an air conditioning unit, a coffee machine, industrial robots, fire alarm installations. Anything can be software enabled. Anything will be able to have software-defined radio in it. You put an app from Mr. James here, and he can get the spectrum set up for any operator. That's what we're working on. The Raspberry Pi costs $35. It fits in my hand. But we are on the good side of Moore's Law. The next one that is already sold for $2 million in Kickstarter is the chip. The chip is a quarter of the size of the Raspberry Pi, is almost as powerful, but is $9. My prediction is that in the next years, we'll get things that are smaller than a coin going towards like the $1. So you will be able to app-enable things that we don't even expect will be possible. Now, the bad thing okay. So yeah. So the bad thing is that I prepared a graph, which hopefully is going to come up. And it's about the future of the telecom industry. The future of the telecom industry doesn't look bright, people here in the room and online, because calls and SMSs are not going to give you more ARPU. And I'm not seeing a lot of new things that will, at this moment, the way you're going. What I can predict is that you are months away from a data tsunami. If those type of fridges go into people's homes and every 5 seconds tweet about the temperature, 1 million of those fridges will be 3 petabytes of data every day. What did Ericsson tell us yesterday? 50 billion connected devices. Imagine the data tsunami that's coming up. If you don't quickly work on new revenue streams, that's how the curve will look like. And when you talk to us and you say, we're going to do IoT, please stop putting the sim in the center of the universe. It's not going to be the only way of doing IoT. It will not even be the biggest way of doing IoT. As well as, like, I heard a lot of telecom APIs. I'll explain later on what the problem is with just having telecom APIs. Because you're up against IoT disruptors. At this moment, a Kickstarter campaign is finalizing in which people can buy a $150 base station and set up their own LoRa networks, independently of any operator here in the room. So, how can we help you with the future of telecom networks? Well, we're open sourcing all these great technologies so that you can use it on your CPEs to put app stores on there, on your mobile base stations, on your DSLANs, on your CMTSs. And we also have other technologies that you'll see with James and the others later on, which allow you to also put scale-out apps. And we already have the first operators that have put mini clouds on their central offices and can deploy new services on demand for their business users. And we're the #1 in OpenStack. And there, if you're going to do telecom APIs, you also should solve the developer's problem, which is making money and running those apps. Docker is a good way for them to package it. Then they can talk to your telco APIs, and they can bring you the apps and you run it for you. Unless, of course, you want them to make a very cool app, run it on a home student server, crash that server once your customers are really happy with the app, and you get an avalanche on your call center. That's what's the problem with only pure telco APIs. So, there's 5 top telecom problems. And I think if we all work together, we can solve them all. We can generate billions of new revenues if we put app stores on everything, not only on the mobile phones. We can reduce the cost by a factor of 10, because those app stores don't only give you revenue, you can also give part of the revenue to your suppliers. And as such, what you can do in that case is they can subsidize your equipment just like you're subsidizing mobiles for your users. So your cost should go substantially down. And also, everybody that talks about, like, we need special hardware, the cloud is changing that. White boxes. Put apps on different boxes and combine them in new dynamic ways. Over-the-top revenue. Put apps on a DSLAM, put apps on a base station, put a spot market price on the capacity, on the storage, on the CPU that you have on your base station, and sell that. Amazon is doing that all the time. You can do those things as well. The technology is here. You just have to execute on it. And how can you eliminate churn? Because at the moment, broadband is a commodity. Well, 5 apps later, my Android and your Android are completely different. You don't want to exchange it. If I have apps on the mobile base station for parental control, on my broadband CPE, 5 apps later, I integrate those into my home, into my business. I don't want to change broadband provider anymore. It's a perfect login. And then the last thing is, I talked 2 years ago about putting apps in the network and app stores. Please raise your hand who has it in production. App stores in production. Why? Why don't you listen? Go to YouTube, you can see the video. You really want the curve to go that way? Please. We are an open source operating system. We don't solve the world, but there's very cool partners here that working all together, we can change this industry. And since it's open source, anybody can try it. You don't have to be the top procurement guy or the top CTO. You can do something and ask for permission afterwards. Be a disruptor. Start today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin.
Oh, sorry. With the whole thing, I forgot. We've been working the whole day on some mini hackathons. Basically, later today, we hope that you can go to the Snappy store. No. You can go to the Snappy store, find Matrix there, install Matrix, get it on any machine in the world, and then just start using Matrix. Thank you, Matrix community.
So again, they have a stand at the exhibition area, so pop to the stands during the coffee break and for lunch, and I'd like to invite Bill. There you go. Bill, you could get yourself set up, and we'll have the last presentation before we break for coffee. So come on down. So Bill is replacing Dr. Thao, who basically got a promotion and is now heading up the software group for Huawei across Western Europe. So Bill's his replacement, and he will be talking about Huawei GSIC, and they'll be running a workshop at later on this afternoon. Once we wrap up with TADSummit, then they'll be running a workshop to explain what Huawei G6 is about, and there'll be free drinks at the end. So I'll hand over to you, Bill.
Hey. Okay, good morning. I introduce myself. My name is Bill. I come from Huawei Carrier Software Business Unit. Maybe you know Huawei because we have smartphones. But our business unit is a software business unit. In the past 20 years, we worked with Carrier for the software part, like short message center, run back tone, and the call center, and BSS, billing system. And also I come from billing department, so my name is Bill. Okay, and we got some high market share about this kind of carrier software. At that time, the short message is service or applications. And so that in that time, I think the service is simple. But now, the network is upgraded to LTE, 4G, and the smartphone penetration is higher and higher. So today, when we talk about the applications, the services is not before. And short message is just like water for the life. It belongs to the infrastructure. So the carrier now is thinking about the transformation. And they ask Huawei, okay, can you help us to consider how to do the transformation? We think, okay, you need to monetize your resources. You have communication resource, you have data resource, you have user resource. So you need to expose your capability, your resource to other partners, and then the partner can help you to create applications. But when we talk with them, okay, we build the platform to them, and then they will ask, okay, Huawei, can you help us to bring some partners to here to create the applications? Okay, so we talk with the partners. The partner will say, oh yeah, we will create the new services, applications, but we doesn't want to cooperate with only one carrier. We need the carrier's capability for one region. Like in China, we have 3 operators. They say, okay, I need all the Chinese carriers' capability. But you know, in one region, one carrier, sometimes will not cooperate with another carrier. but we said, okay, you can work with Huawei, it will be better. So that's why we have the digital in cloud. We want to do the bridge between carriers and service partners. So what will we do? The name is Digital in Cloud. We will connect global carriers and global partners. So what we do? We do three things. The first one is we will aggregate the capabilities from global carriers, and we will provide the environment for the partners to do the incubation. And we also help partners after the applications are created. We will help them to promote or to distribute it to different kinds of carriers. As I said, the application partner want all the capabilities for one region, not just for one carriers. So this is one difficult for them. And before, telecom technology is a little different from IT part. So the interface is different. There are a lot of kinds of interfaces. So our digital in cloud will connect to different kinds of carriers, and we will operate the platform and open it to different kind of partners. And of course, currently like Nexmo and other partners, they already connected to some carriers in some area, in some region. So we also can cooperate with them. And this year, we can get like more than 300 carriers about payment, message, and voice. And next year, the network quality of service and sponsored data location will be available. So welcome you to join our digital in cloud. And the second one is about the incubation. So the name is Global Service Innovation Cloud. It's GSIC. And this morning, my colleague made a mistake to send an email to cancel it. But actually, this afternoon, 3 o'clock, we'll have one workshop to discuss the details. But what is GSIC? Okay, Huawei has the GSIC platform to connect the capabilities from carrier, and we will open it to different kinds of partners to do the innovation. And we have one service mode, let the applications in the service mode to do the demo to show to different kind of carriers. And we already connect some capability free for for partner to do the innovation. And we also have the tested users for the test. And after the applications in the pipeline of GSIC, if the carrier like it, and if the applications is suitable for some market region, so we will distribute the application to different kinds of region. And currently, we already had like more than 100 applications in our service mode. So welcome this afternoon, 3 o'clock, we will have one workshop. And supporting, like Huawei's network and system, we already can reach like more than 5 billion users. So how to launch the service to different area? We build our centralized platform. The name is InTouch in Huawei headquarters. So all the partners only needed to connect to our InTouch platform, and then we can help you to distribute the applications to different area. Like single access in Huawei headquarters, and you can reach globally. And yesterday we also discussed something about the local digital service. All the services should be localized. So Huawei has all the office in almost all country to do the local inside. And everything will be done online to do the revenue audit and the global unified settlement. And in the process, now is very fast. 7 days we can get the engagement, and 1 month we can do the settlement. Okay, this is the current situation. Our InTouch platform currently connected to more than 2 billion users. And for the UV, we have 150 millions. And besides this TADSummit, every year we will have different kinds of summit carried out by Huawei. Like this year, we did it in South Asia, Middle East, and Mexico, Latin America, and South Africa. Also last month in Bali. So in this summit, what we carried out, we not only say it by ourselves, we carry out a lot of partners together to do the promotion and the communication with carriers and all the users. Okay, so welcome to join us to do the win-win work. Okay, thank you. So any question? Or
any questions from the audience? Again, Huawei has a stand in the exhibition area. So what I suggest is, well, first of all, thank you, Bill, for getting us back on time.
Thank you.
Excellent job. And let's take a break now and be back for the 3 streams. So this room here will be where the dangerous demo will be running from 11:20. The J2 will be where we continue. J2 will be where we're continuing the telcos making a difference, and then we'll have a stream on disruptive developers in Amistad. So that'll run from 11:20 through till 1 o'clock. We'll break for lunch, and then we'll be back in this room at 2, where we'll be making an announcement. So we'll have a number of the sponsors discussing the announcement we'll be making in taking advantage of this ecosystem we're building, in creating more success. We'll then have a town hall type meeting where we just have a chat around some of the things we think will be coming up in 2016, and then I'll wrap everything up, and then we'll be done. And you can basically catch your flights, go home, or stay for the GSIG workshop. Everybody's invited for that, and there'll be some free drinks at the end. And then tomorrow, there'll be RestCon for RestCom, rock stars, groupies, and I guess other hangers-on, or maniacs. I think there's a RestCon Maniacs t-shirt as well. So lots to come, both today and through the rest of the week. So let's break for coffee and then go back to the breakout rooms or to this room by 11:20. Thanks so much.
emergency exits are there and there, just in case anything explodes. There will be no children or animals involved or harmed in this dangerous demo. I cannot guarantee the safety of Dennis in the front row. He always sits in the front row, and it's a very dangerous place to be, particularly when we're demonstrating. Right, what we're going to do over the next 100 minutes is attempt to run 7 or 8 interwoven demonstrations of what essentially is a cloud-based mobile network operator. This is an extension of the demonstration that we did last year at TADSummit in Istanbul. We then extended it a bit, ran it again at Mobile World Congress in Istanbul, and that demo evening included radio access, didn't it? That was truly dangerous. And this year for Lisbon, we've extended it again. We've got more partners, more moving parts, more danger. I'm expecting certain parts of this not to work, but if we're lucky, then the majority of it will work. But before we kick off, the first thing we want to do is actually I want to hand over to Arta here to explain a bit about the environment, because otherwise, not all of you are aware of the environment where we're placing all these objects into. So we thought it'd be a really good idea for Arta to set the scene and tell us about what we're playing with here. And there we are, the screen not off. So, Arta, over to you. Do you want a hand mic or that one?
I will try to use this one. Hello, I'm Arthur Tyler with Canonical, the company behind Ubuntu. For our demos, we were using Juju, and with Juju we created various environments and spent last few iterations on deploying and modeling various services and workloads on those environments. Most of them are deployed on Amazon, so it means it runs in the cloud, but also we have some demos which are using containers. Containers and the local environment with the LXC containers and Docker containers. So the common environment and the way to model and build those services is Juju. So I will give you maybe a short intro to the Juju. What is it? How it can be applied to build your services. And to do this, we can use the demo environment, which is available on the jujutrans.com. So you can always go there and check the various bundles and services which are available there. But what is Juju? Juju is a solution to the problem or challenge we identify for people who would like to build new services, new functionality, and they don't want to spend hours or days to learn some infrastructure, tools or toys or services, and instead just they would like to focus on building their service and functionality on top of the existing good practices. So to abstract the infrastructure or existing services and build on top of this your new service, new functionality, new solution. So basically, from the developer perspective, or service provider perspective, is no longer need to spend weeks to learn and figure out how to use this new fancy database or new WebRTC service. You can go and use Juju, and in Juju you have a concept of charm, which is the encapsulation of good DevOps practices to deploy, for example, your database or WebRTC server, and then you can continue this with modeling relations, so connecting those services with other functionality, and everything is handled automatically with Juju and scripts or hooks, which are helping you to build and extend those services. What you can see here is some model for the, let's say you would like to build some platform for the blogs or a website for the TADSummit. So you would need some front-end databases, monitoring. So all those services, let's assume is already there, deployed and running. And the Juju representation is here. And then this model is live. So it's not just a modeling tool, but it's a live model you can take, and this model can be deployed on various environments. In this case, it's, let's say, running on Amazon, but exactly the same model can be exported and then deployed in your data center or the bare metal. Or you can decide to take this and deploy on containers or some various other clouds. But in this example, when your website is getting very popular, then maybe you might need to add more instances. So the model can be then extended with additional machines to serve this functionality. And in the first demo, we will see this model. This is a GUI representation, but everything what you see here is also available via command line and a REST API. So in the first demo, you will see how this model, in this case, in our case, this will be IMS and RESTCOM services bundled and working together. But this model will be then managed or based on the traffic. We'll also have a Zabbix monitoring service, which will trigger the scalability actions. So we will scale up the model and the functionality we have deployed in the first demo. And basically, it's the same the same feature you can see here when you can select various units or services and then decide to scale them up, scale them down. If you would like to continue modeling, and again, this is a live model, so it's live platform or service. You can then start adding functionality, like you would like to add monitoring, so you can deploy various monitoring solutions. In this case, it's a Zabbix. So you add Zabbix to the model, connect, and this action will actually trigger in the background. I allocate some resources and service. So this will trigger deployment of the infrastructure. So if there is a need to allocate some virtual machines or physical machines for this service, this will be handled by Juju. You will get additional resources, and then everything what is required to establish the relation between those two services will also be handled. So at the end, you will have after this operation, have fully functional service with the new capabilities. And then you can take this model, export, and replicate in various data centers. And then you can continue this, adding more services, adding more functionality. And then in our other demos, you will see how we're adding billing capabilities to our model, how we are deploying this on the container environments, etc. So that was a short intro to the Juju, which is a common base for our demos. So.
Brilliant, thank you for that, Arto. Yeah, we needed to do that to give you some kind of context of what we're going to be doing. We're now going to deploy, I think, a live mobile network operator type configuration. Who's going to do that, Arto? Are you going to do that, or is Andy? Andy's going to do that. And Paul's going to talk about it. So I'm going to invite Paul up here to plug his machine in. So I'll just introduce you. For those of you who don't know, this is Paul Drew from Metaswitch, who is responsible for Project Clearwater, which is an open source implementation of, IMS. It's an open source IMS with all kinds of bells and whistles. This is what we used last year as the IMS core for our system. And we're using it again now because it seems to work quite well. It's jujued up, and it means that we have Paul and his team to support us. And this configuration was deployed, I think Manx Telecom have taken it, haven't they, Paul? Yeah, amongst other people. So this is me ad-libbing as we plug in the VGA connector. HDMI doesn't work on this laptop. That's one dangerous bit. Now, do you need to use your keyboard, or do you want to use a hand mic? Or do you want to use that mic?
I'll use this one.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll shut up.
Okay. Morning, everybody. So what I'm going to do this morning is I'll give you a quick overview of what Project Clearwater is and how it works, and then what the scaling demo consists of, and then we'll plug Andy's laptop back in, which I just unplugged. Hopefully it will work and we'll plug it back in, and we'll kick the demo off and show it working to you. So, Project Clearwater, what is it? So the architecture of it. Basically, it's an open source IMS core platform. There are two modes of it working. There is a open source Project Clearwater. There is a Clearwater core, which is a supported platform by Metaswitch as a company. James mentioned Manx Telecom. That's what Manx Telecom are using, the supported platform. We're using today in this demo the open source Project Clearwater version. And it consists of a number of different nodes. It doesn't look like an IMS as such if you look at GSMA architecture, but it does provide all the function that IMS adds or contains. So the components we're using, and these will appear in the Juju, they're in the charms, will appear in the Juju GUI we'll see in a moment. The key one that we're looking at is this component Sprout. It stands for SIP router, and that provides the core I and SCSCF function in an IMS core. And that's what we're going to scale up and show load going into the system. We have on a front end Bono, which acts as a PCSCF. Essentially, in this case, we're using it as the edge node into the network. And we have a UE. We're going to use a test tool called SIP-P to drive traffic through the network. We have another component, Ralph, which is instantiated. It provides CTF, charging trigger function, generates RF billing records out to a CDF. There is no CDF actually in this demo, but we have got one we could deploy. And then we have components Homestead and Homer. They basically provide the configuration information. And in a typical IMS deployment, it is connected into an HSS. In this deployment, we're running it in a standalone mode where it's its own self-contained data store. There's no separate HSS for this purpose of this demo. So very quickly, what's Sprout do? Sprout basically provides the I and the SCSCF functions for all of you familiar, anybody familiar with IMS technology. It's written in C, C++, and it's built on top of Memcached as a distributed data store. It acts as a stateless node that you can just scale out, and you can add more nodes into it to add more capacity. And that's what we're going to show in a few minutes during this period. And if a Sprout fails, then all current registrations and calls stay in place. They're transaction stateful, but not dialog stateful. So it means if somebody's in the process of setting up a call, they will restart the call, send out a new SIP invite, and the call will go through. If a call's actually up, it will carry on in the network. It will just stay there. Bono, I mentioned before, that provides the edge processing. It's basically, in this case, we're using it for NAT traversal to get into the network and provide edge processing. Homestead, this is acting as a subscriber store, so we've got all the subscribers configured into this. It is based on top of Cassandra, which is an open source distributed database, and the database provides the subscriber information and the authentication. So when the subscribers from the test tool register, they get the authentication credentials out of the Cassandra database. So this acts, and if you're using an HSS, it acts as a front end to the HSS into the network. Ralph is the charging trigger function. It generates RF events. It's notified about all the calls, and it stores call state in Memcached and Chronos, which is a distributed timer store. So what's the demo actually involve? So we've got Project Clearwater it's those components in the middle, and we'll show this in the middle in a minute on the Juju. They've been charmed up by Juju, so they are instantiated. They're running in Amazon EC2. Each of them is running in a separate individual machine on Amazon EC2. We've got SIP-P, which is acting as a load generator. We have Zabbix, which is monitoring CPU load on the system, and then that is communicating with Juju to spin up new nodes when required. So it's deployed on Amazon EC2. We're using Canonical as the Juju as the orchestrator. That has spun it all up. We have got the system spun up now. We're going to kick off the load in a minute, and then it will automatically scale. Project Clearwater is running as the IMS core. SIP-P, when we start it, will add SIP traffic. It's going to ramp up to 40,000 BHCA over the course of about the next 10 to 20 minutes, and it's using 30-second average call times. And then Zabbix is monitoring the CPU load on the Sprout nodes. And there's a trigger sent in Zabbix to see what the load. The load measure is actually the average number of queued processes. This is just what Zabbix uses to monitor. There's a trigger set at 5, and we'll see that in a moment. And when the trigger is hit, Zabbix instructs Juju to create a new Sprout node. The Sprout node is instantiated. It's added to DNS. It's using DNS load balancing, and the load will get shared across the multiple instances. And this will take about 20 to 30 minutes in total. And we'll kick it off now, show it starting, and we're going to come back 2 or 3 times during the course of this morning to show where we've got to and what's actually happening and the new nodes being created and put into the network. So with this, Andy, I'm going to switch back to your screen.
Brilliant. Yeah, and whilst we're switching over, I'll just recap that again. So what we've done is we've got our IMS core here, which incidentally is then bolted into the Trifone mobile network. We've got 100,000 plus UK mobile numbers bolted onto it just to make it real so that we can interact with it. And we're going to spin that up in a second. Andy Smith here in the front row is going to kind of build that so you get a feel for how quick and easy it is just to throw this out on the ground or in the cloud as it is. And then we're going to start loading it up with traffic. The loading, by the way, is being run from London using SIP-P. So the whole point of that is to watch how it grows. Right, I think we're ready to go, aren't we?
We're ready to go. Okay.
Do you need a microphone, Andy?
I wasn't sure I was talking on this.
Well, you can now.
Okay, right. So what I'm about to do, let me just go back to what I had there a second ago. So this is an empty Juju thing. If I can possibly get rid of that, it doesn't really matter. There is just the GUI node there at the moment. So what I am now going to do is to kick off a build which will populate it with what you just heard. So the... Ooh, what happened there? That's the one. Right. Which will now start to populate it with Project Clearwater. No, it won't. Yes, it will.
Yeah, it's starting, is it?
It's starting to deploy services. So we should see in the top here as it starts to deploy services. So that will then be reflected onto the GUI. So as we look at that, we can go back to the GUI, and that will slowly, if I can get it to show them. There you go. Show the various nodes starting to appear. Okay.
What's going on here? Yeah. Here you have, sorry, Nicholas Thomas, Canonical, pretty obvious. You can refresh the page. Okay. Juju, as Arthur explained this morning, is a universal modeling tool to any workloads. And we build it looking at how people do software. They usually go to a room with architects, take a whiteboard, and draw boxes, and you will see lines in a minute. When we see that, it came from studying people early on the cloud, using the cloud like a photocopy. And we are like, this is an API. We can do better than that with an API. So we did. Instead of having guys in a room, drawing boxes and lines, waiting 9 months, studying data to have the right to do 1 week of test, here the tool is doing it. You have your boxes, you reuse from the store. You don't have to invent how to install MongoDB, to install a big data solution or anything. We already have that in the store. You just reuse it, you connect to it, and you focus on what matters to you. Remember the Swedish cook. That's the way to stand on the shoulder of giants. And Paul mentioned the details of what this demo runs on. Juju abstract the cloud for you. So it doesn't matter if it's on Amazon or Azure or Giant, on-premise, on your laptop. You define your service. And think about it. Your architecture, the way you describe your architecture and your different service, does not matter where you run it. It's a deployment time problem. So this is what the GUI is for. And that's why the GUI is important out of just being nice for demos. It's the thinking of services and relating services. And then Juju helps you and does the dirty job of finding a machine, installing the software on it, configuring it, etc. We don't do that manually anymore. Nobody's doing that in Canonical, and less in our partners wants to do that anymore when they face this. And because that clean differentiation between your model and your instantiation, your testing, you can have the same model scripted, because you can export, send that model to you, and you can install it on your cloud or on your machine, which means the architects define a model that goes through the whole chain, from the architects to testing, implementing, testing, going back and forth to production. And that's the really powerful message around it.
Yeah, we do it in a fraction of the time that you would deploy conventional infrastructure.
Just look at the demos, at the dangerous demos. A year ago, we barely have one, and here you're going to have 10, 15 demos. Oh, a little bit less. I'm in sales. 8 demos running with the different partners that joined last year. In a year, we have so many new things we could do with partners joining in, and because we model things, the other guys using your model directly understand it. It's obvious to them what to do with it, and they can try it, and they can do it. Actually, you can do it. That demo is on GitHub. You can do it yourself. It's a do-it-yourself demo that you can run on any cloud you have access to.
Indeed. In fact, it's github.com/taddemo2015/vaz-jams-dev. If anybody wants that, we'll promulgate the URLs later. So, whilst we're waiting for that to build.
So, just to explain what's going on here, this is building an environment. You can't see it here, but these are all the individual Clearwater nodes. The green ones are up, and the orange ones are being built. Because this takes a while, and if you switch to the other one that's up, so the other Juju, that one, right. So here's one that we put together ahead of this for the demo. So you can see this has got, it's a bit hard to see here, but these are the Clearwater nodes, and this is the Sprout node. This is Zabbix, which is doing monitoring of them. We've got, this is that's Rescom in here. And what we're going to do now is we will kick off the scale test. So Andy, if you want to go to that environment and start that, and this is going to start SIP-P. So while Andy's doing this, Andy's going to kick off the scale test, and then we will show you Zabbix is monitoring the components in there. So we'll show you Zabbix, and that's working. So
wonderful thing about this is all being carried out live with no safety nets.
Yeah. Okay. So TADS1's the environment we've just shown you with the components already up, and Andy's just going to kick off the, that's the relationship. That's basically kicking off the relationship between SIP-P and Bono, which is kicking SIP-P into doing the traffic. So you kick that off, Andy. Okay. And then if you swap to go back to the Zabbix screen. So we bring up Zabbix. So this is here, this is monitoring. So this is the first instantiation of Sprout 0. There's only one instantiation here at the moment. And this is just monitoring the CPU load. And I said that there's a trigger of 5. You can see that there are housekeeping tasks, but fundamentally it's sat at the bottom with no load with something just over 0. And that is ongoing. What we will start to see now, and we'll come back and show you this later on, is this load will ramp up. And it will ramp up once it hits 5, then it will hit the trigger. And Andy, if you can jump to the triggers bar here, you can see that there's a trigger here which is set up, and at the moment it is saying that the average CPU load is very low, so it's not hit the trigger. That we will see later on will actually ramp up. So that's kicked off now. It's going to take 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to actually run. It will ramp up, depending how long we lead it, or it will ramp up to probably 3 Sprout nodes with the overall traffic load.
Yeah, and what sort of total volume of calls are we looking at?
We're going to send through 40,000 BHCA and their 30-second call length. So it's about 20,000 concurrent calls running through the system and 40,000 busy hour call attempts.
Yeah, and note, these are real calls with real media.
And just if I can add a little thing about the Zabbix stuff.
We're slightly over time,
just a
but
word.
Go for it.
It's irrelevant to Juju which monitoring system it is, and that instance of the monitoring system is external to what Juju controls. What we have in Juju, if you can switch to GUI, we have the capability to put agents. So this box here is actually going to put agents on all the units of all the service it's related to and tell Zabbix about it. So put the agent and tell the external monitoring system or fault management, whatever system outside that you already have, you already spend billions on and you don't want to replace because we propose you something, you can keep them and integrate with it. And in Zabbix, we give the API to the Juju environments. So the only thing your operation have to do is to monitor a metrics and tell to the Juju API, if that goes up, add a unit of Sprout, add a unit of this other stuff, and Juju takes care of the rest. And that's the real benefit of this.
Yeah, the scalability piece. Brilliant. Right. Change over time. We'll swiftly move Michael on. Introduce Michael from DataArt. One of the teams we've been working with, and clearly very firmly plugged into the Juju concept.
Exactly, and it's excellent intro after the Zabbix. Is our excellent partners at DataArt. They will explain more into their demos. They really look like who heard or have project around Docker and Kubernetes, Mesos. You heard about that. DataArt actually put that into the telco realm and used Juju to do that too. There is 2 aspects when you start using Docker. It's perfect, super nice for your developers, and then you need to use all those other tools to be able to scale up and down, and those tools need to be managed by the infrastructure. And here, thanks to Juju, because we model Kubernetes, Mesos, Docker, we can do both, and we can relate them, meaning that our friends at DataArt did it. They did connect the Kubernetes model to the Juju model, meaning that if you start using a lot of Dockers from your user developer's perspective, then Kubernetes will call Juju to have more resources to be able to handle the load. So automating the food chain from a user of your infrastructure wants to use more Docker, more PaaS, and then the infrastructure automatically react to give more resources to that environment. And that's just simply truly amazing.
It is truly amazing.
In a few weeks, they did it.
Anyway, good bit of padding there. Michael's just about set up now. So what Michael's going to do is we've got a real live running system now, fingers crossed, and now Michael's going to run some services on top of it. So Michael, over to you.
Hello everyone. Shout. Not the shout? Okay. Hello everyone. Just very quickly about DataArt, we're a little bit different. We're not a product company. We're a consulting and professional services organization. We're a global company, been in business over 18 years, have over 1,500 developers and consultants, and have specialty business practices. Obviously, telco, Internet of Things is one of them, financial services, hospitality, and media. That's it from the sales side. We had just an introduction to the Juju environment, and so we made a decision for this demo to keep it timely. We're not going to redeploy. We're seeing one being deployed. At the end of this, I'll give a link. This entire demonstration is available in GitHub and in the store, so we would encourage you to take it, play with it, use it. If there's any questions, please come and see me. I'll be around for the day. So the Juju interface, as we just looked at before, pretty straightforward. This is a fully deployed environment, or a picture of a fully deployed environment that we have. So you see the connections, you see the relationships, and I'll go through these in a little more detail when we get to them. One of the pieces that's new, or wasn't talked about before, is a Mesos cluster and Marathon, which is a management tool for Mesos. It's a microarchitecture, and what it does is it takes a container, turns it, and puts out a cluster, and then all of the resources are flattened within it. So when you have a value-added services or an application that has individual constraints on it, in ours, we have a call consumer, and we start sending millions of SMS messages to it during our loading, it gets very busy. The rest of the architecture doesn't. So why would you want to scale up and run multiple virtual machines, which costs money in the cloud, if you already have resources that are available? So inside a small environment or a micro environment. So what we're going to see in demo, and I'll take you through it, is in this environment, everything's flat. There's a total of 3 CPUs that's currently available. There's some memory that's available in the environment. And as the demand increases, we'll see how it automatically adds new instances and scales up the environment as well. It's horizontal and vertical scaling of a telco app. So our application that we'll be showing today is teleconferencing on demand. So I saw a few people with their mobile phones. Later on in the demo, I'll be inviting you to join the conference call. We'll go through it. We'll also, in the running environment, deploy another application while it's currently running that will go through, capture the recording of the conference, and for everyone who joins in, we'll actually send you an SMS message when we're done with a link to the recorded call. It's a pretty simple application. There's a couple pieces that, if you will, we did put together rather ad hoc. One of them is the call recording software. We actually just imitate another user. They join the conference first and record everything. That actually lets us make sure everyone who joins the call, even if you join in late, when you get the recording, you get the full call. So you'll see me manually start the call recording. The other thing you'll manually see me do is start the load testing, as we just saw before. We'll be simulating 2 million SMS messages to our call processing application. And you'll see the load go quite up rather quickly by design for the demonstration. You'll also see in our monitoring solution, we put together a very quick monitoring solution. Zabbix would be a great replacement for it if you're thinking of doing something like this in production. So the monitoring that comes with this is something we just put together strictly for the demo, and to be able to, so everyone can see it very easily. It's pretty clear when we're loading things really fast. Here are the links for both GitHub and the Charm store. So you can go ahead, and we encourage people to take it and play with it. Key thing about scaling up, there's a lot of technologies to do that. And before I get into this, scaling down is just as important. If you go and leave 50 or 500 or 5,000 extra virtual machines running in the cloud, you're paying for it. And so part of the demonstration, which I hope we'll have time for, is when we stop the load testing and we take off the extra service, the entire environment will scale down automatically as well, both inside the Mesos cluster and inside the Docker container. Okay. I will not be slow. So let's start looking at the demo. So we saw the environment, a couple key components. I mentioned our monitor. I'm just going to bring that up. Very, very simple, as I said. And please you'll be looking down here on our call consumer area. That's the area that we're looking at. And in the Mesos cluster, there are two things that we want to look at. The first is the entire Mesos cluster, which you'll see we currently have. Let me scroll down. 3 CPUs, 2 were used in the environment, so please keep that in mind as we start the demo. And we'll look at the Marathon interface, which is just management for Mesos. And here you'll see the applications that are actually running. So very simple teleconference application. Straightforward. What I'm going to do now is start the loading. And here we're starting to simulate 2 million calls, or 2 million SMSs into the conference. I don't want to keep switching back and forth, so we'll do the loading, and then as we do the loading and it's still running, we'll start the conference. There's a lot of context switches here otherwise. So one of the things we'll see here very quickly, I mentioned if you look down, see we're at 63% of the loading of this. Again, this is a great place for Zabbix to go in. Marathon is already detected and has now just finished deploying an instance. We've gone from 1 to 2 that quickly. It's about 25 seconds on that. So we don't have to deploy an entire new virtual machine. We had resources available. Mesos will update right here. We can see we've now consumed 2.5, up from 2 CPUs. In the Juju environment, and in the container, it's going to take a little bit while longer to react because we're actually going to be spawning a new virtual machine. The system now says, okay, I'm getting close to my resource limits. So let me not only put a micro instance available, keep the application running, give it the resources it needed, but maybe you're going to need more. So it's going to, as we're seeing right here, yep, it's starting with the pending unit. So it's already started spinning up another VM. It'll put the software on it and configure it. But what's key is the application already has the resources that it needs when it's running. So this is a scaling up and out, if you will. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start that call recorder. One of the things I want to point out about the Juju environment, which we really like, is we're running in a cloud. There's IP addresses. They're all over the place. They may change. You might migrate from one platform to another. Inside the Juju environment, all I need to know is the name of the application I want to connect to. And I think, yeah, we can see it up on the screen. So I just want to talk to the conference recorder. I don't know what its IP address is. Juju takes care of managing that because it's been deployed by Juju. And simply named Start Recording. So instead of going full screen, I'll just leave this up. If anyone wants to send an SMS, you'll get an immediate callback on your phone. And I'm going to show you this right here on my phone. I'm going to use a SIP phone. Oops.
Yeah, note the number that Michael's dialing is not the same number that you'll dial because he's going internally.
I am going internally.
And this is a good place to plug the provider of the number. This number that we're using here actually is not a True Phone one. We found an undocumented issue with the True Phone numbers, and so Very kindly, Alex Kinch, Alex, are you here in the room? There he is at the back there from Xyron. Plugged the gap. He said, I've got some numbers. Here, use one of these. And so we're very grateful to Alex and Xyron, wholesale provider, for providing us with a number which works in this demo. So thanks for that, Alex. Are we ready for people to start SMSing?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to get my phone because I'm going to have a go at this as well. Where's my phone? Is anybody on the conference call already? Yeah, we've got a couple. Yeah, it's working.
So I'm the slow one, of course.
And what's amusing is on my phone here, I'm getting a whole swathe of Slack notifications telling me that you're all joining the conference call.
There we go. So the conference is running and being recorded. Again, hopefully my screen is up there. I don't know what. Something had to break in the demo, and apparently my screencasting is broken. There we go. We'll leave it like that. So the conference is running, it's recording. There's nothing overly magical or interesting about that, other than get the call back. What I'm going to do now, though, and in the interest of time, trying to catch us up a few minutes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy a new value-added service in the environment, which is going to drop the call and send the recording to everyone. You should get an SMS and a link. So a couple things here to show. Again, Marathon's running at 2. We now have 3 instances deployed of this versus the 2 that were done. We have scaled up. When I drop it, I'm just going to connect it in. You see it builds the other relationships dynamically. And I commit it, which is the same thing as executing it. So the resources are now being connected, redefined, and it is running. If we come over here to Mesos, sorry, Marathon, we'll see a new application gets deployed in a few seconds. It's drop conference. Then the conference will end up terminating for everyone, and you'll get your link. So here's our drop conference that's now running. It's deploying. You see, it's pretty quick, an environment to do that. So once it starts running the conference again, we'll get it back. What also happens is we'll start being able to scale down. So again, you saw a new instance in about 30 seconds. And then the environment?
Yeah, we're rapidly running out of time here, Michael.
Just
so we're now running about 9 minutes behind.
Well, someone chewed into about 6 minutes of my time.
Sebastian, wherever you are, get yourself ready to get up here.
There, and it's running, and at least on mine, hopefully on everyone else's, you can see that I've gotten a message saying thank you for joining DataArt. And then there's a link to the call that you can download and listen to. So that being said, we will now terminate the loading, destroy the application, scales it down. And I don't think we need to show that, but if anyone wants to see it, I'll keep the screen up and you can find me.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Michael.
Thank you, everyone.
Right, we need, Sebastian, you need to get up here and get plugged in. Just introducing Sebastian from OpenCell. OpenCell are a French-based open source billing platform. So just for extra fun, we thought we'd do all our billing using an open source product. And you know what? It seems to work remarkably well. So while Sebastian is getting set up, Nicholas wants to do another bit of filling, don't you?
Yeah, probably. you saw all the stuff doing with the GUI. You can truly see that as the designer of any services workloads. When that is done, you can export that as a file and push that to the different stages of your deployments, from designing to testing to pre-production, production. So everything you see, everything we do as a GUI, as a CLI, and an API. So everything you've seen here can also be fully automated and used for many different environments. It's not only a toy for architects or developers. It's really meant to be used all the way to the chain. And you can integrate to the API with existing systems and existing stuff, or replace them over time. It's all your choices. I wanted just to emphasize a little bit on that. Looks like we still have technical troubles here. Sorry. One other thing that you've seen in the data demo that is quite interesting in that API realm was that you may think that data did kind of too complex to having two scheduling basically with the Kubernetes, Magnum and all that. So the Docker realm. But your Docker needs an infrastructure. So basically what they did is they automate fully the relationship between the developer world with the Docker Mesos super rapid deployment CI, CD stuff to be able to use efficiently your infrastructure. So link the two worlds that still today kind of look at each other strangely. They now can really fully automate from end to end, from the developers to the infrastructure, and efficiently use the infrastructure. And not without having to worry about infrastructure, knowing what the infrastructure is and does. And on any, because again,
we're about ready to go, I think.
Okay, it's just trying to
you're doing a very, very good job of filling there. Now, what we're doing here is this interesting little dance of changing screens over. The open cell, Sebastian's demo, is going to need two screens. So we've got one screen over here, which is on the VGA, which is going to show PowerPoint. Yep. And then the other screen up, which is up on the podium, which is on the HDMI, will show some kind of console. It's not connected. No, it isn't connected. We need to connect that. We need a bit of help somewhere plugging in the VGA. This is always the most fun bit, isn't it? Getting all the ends together. So, I'm very mindful of the fact we're now about, what, how many minutes behind? 15 minutes behind, so we're going to have to accelerate. So, Sebastian, are you ready to rock and roll? Okay, are you going to use that microphone? No.
It's okay. Wait. I can keep it. But that's not my screen. That's your screen? Yeah, I don't have the screen.
That's this one. That's the PowerPoint screen. Which screen do you want up?
I would like to see my screen, but I don't see it.
So we want to have on the projector the HDMI feed, which is not a MacBook. It's the other one. That one, yes. Is that one? No?
It will be okay, but I will not be able to show anything with this. It's just slides.
Yeah, well, we need to show the real live demo, don't we? Okay, we need to get the HDMI display on the screen. And at the moment, we're looking at the VGA display.
But where should it go?
Are we? No, that's right. Right, go on, Sebastian. You need to explain what we're looking at here. We're not looking at anything. Oh, I love these live demos. So tell us, Sebastian, what we should be looking at.
Well, maybe. So good morning, everyone. So I'm Sebastian Micha from OpenCell, and we'd like to show you how to add billing capabilities to this telecom environment. Either it is offline or online charging. So OpenCell, just in brief, it's a provider of open source convergent billing. OpenCell company leads the product development and provides support and professional services. The company was created recently in March 2015, but the product has been developed since 2007 with references in telco, utilities, retail. Its community edition is AGPL v3 license, and there is no difference between the source code of community and enterprise edition. But the enterprise edition, on top of support and professional services, you have a commercial license that allow you to close your source of your plugins and add-ons. And OpenCell has been financed recently by VC and business angels, and also by public funding. So OpenCell is a full billing, including mediation. So we do things like deduplication, aggregation, guiding, and you can customize this mediation. We will hopefully see that using your own code. We do pricing and charging, rating, charging on the correct wallet or correct subscription, and we have flexibility to do commissioning, discounts, etc. Then we have the billing and invoicing module, and the invoice are produced in the data store. They can also produce in XML files and even generate PDF. And we also have an account receivable module where you do all the cash collection, register payments, do the matching between invoices and payments. You can automate also the payments using SEPA. And then there is a possibility to define your dunning plans. And we have also reportings. So as an input, because generally you can use OpenCell as a black box and just use API for input and output. So we have SOAP and REST API for provisioning, for defining your catalog, your accounts. You can also do that by XML imports. You can create your subscription, terminate your subscription. Then we also have, and I will show you, the diameter interface for real-time charging, so that's the RO interface. And we have also a possibility to upload CDR files or download your invoices by FTP. And we have a generic HTTP interface for incoming webhook that allow you to use OpenCell as an endpoint for any external system that has API. And those incoming webhook could trigger any script and any notification. Then as an output, we produce CDRs when you use OpenCell as an IN. And we produce invoice, XML, PDF. We can throw any email notification on any kind of event. And also, we will use that when we integrate with Clearwater. We have webhooks. So, for instance, when a user account is created, you can call an external API to do the provisioning in an external system. And then we have reports, typically accounting reports that you will import in your general ledger. And finally, we have also connectors for all the systems, like Salesforce connector. We are working also on Microsoft Dynamics connector and vTiger connector, Sugar CRM connector.
and we have easy way to create self-care using WordPress plugins. So the first scenario is integrating OpenCell with Clearwater in order to do offline charging. So it's a postpaid case where using Juju we deploy OpenCell and Clearwater and make a link between the two. Then using the API, so using SOAP UI, we create accounts, subscription, and numbers. And this will trigger webhooks that will do the provisioning inside Clearwater. Then using SIP phone, you do SIP call. Clearwater produce CDRs. And then we have a mediation job, a custom mediation job, that will pull those CDRs, parse them, and will produce the transaction that will be rated by a rating job using a price plan. Those are gathered, and eventually you perform an invoicing jump that produces your invoice. Okay, so here is my screen. So let's see. Here, I would like to create my customer, so I go to SOAP UI and I run the scripts that populate the customers. And now if I go to customers or user accounts, I see that one has been created and it already has a recurring fee. Now I can process the mediation, and for this I need to give a call. So I would use Zoiper SIP phone.
Yeah, and Zoiper here somewhere. Is Mira here? And Joachim? Zoiper team? Yeah, we managed to get your name check in, Zoiper.
Just make it fast. Then now it's inside Clearwater. So I need to get the CDRs, and this, I have a job that we define that by FTP will go and retrieve the XML file of the CDR. It is run every 5 seconds, so if I go and check in the File Explorer, in the mediation input, I have some CDRs already. And then I will run the jobs for rating. So first, sorry, for the mediation. So when you define mediation, in fact, you can just online define the mapping of your CDR files. Here it's an XML file. So we use Bean.io to perform the mapping. And then this will be executed now. Then I run the rating. And now if I go back to my user account, I should see that I have my calls. So once we have the calls in rated transaction, when we can perform the invoicing. So I can run everything in GUI, but I can also run it from API. So whatever you do in GUI, you can also do in API. So here I run the invoicing, producing the XML, and producing the PDF. So if I go back here in the billing account, I have one invoice that has been generated. It's not yet done for the PDF, but you can already see the invoice in XML and also, I mean, in HTML and also the XML. So more or less, you're done for the offline charging.
Excellent. So in summary, what we've seen there is near real-time billing used on the IMS in the cloud but being performed by an open source billing engine, which is great. Now we're going to flip back to the... Oh, have you not finished? Oh,
sorry.
Oh, sorry, but you have to be quick, Sebastian.
Okay, so I wanted to show a complex offering where you share a plan and you have both prepaid and postpaid mix. And the near real-time prepaid you can do because you have notifications. So when you're on a low balance, we can send a message to Clearwater to terminate the line or suspend the line. So this is near real-time charging. But we can do also the scenario 3. We can do real-time charging. So in this example, we integrate with Telestack's SMSC and TruePhone platform. So when an SMS is sent, it arrives to the SMSC, and then there is a diameter command sent to OpenCell. And then in real time, we will perform the mediation rating charging, but just in memory. And if we have sufficient credit, then we send the response and allow the SMS to be sent. If there is not enough credit, then we refuse SMS to be sent. So for this, here is SMSC. We have to activate charging on the... It's done? Okay, fine. So me, I have to maybe... So an SMS, Andy will send an SMS using his phone to the simulators that are registered. So I just need to check my simulator. Okay. So now I go back to the other instance of OpenCell. I will check inside. So we have a subscription that has a, we did a subscription on a prepaid offer, and we register the phone number of Andy here, and in the user account, whoops. In the user account, we have a prepaid wallet, and we see here that you sent an SMS at, well, just a few seconds ago. So it decreases the credit, it decreases the balance, and if you continue sending SMS, then you will be blocked. You can continue to send some, but wait, you have a lot of credit, and you have 65 euros. So since now the price plan is just 10 cents per SMS, it's a lot. But I can change the price plan, but maybe...
But you don't have time, Sebastian. Are you sure you finished now? Because I almost cut off your best bit, because that was actually quite good. That's clever.
So just, well, just one word, how we managed to do things like this. I mean, I remember we seen a tier 1 telco, and he said, but what you show here is an IN. I said, well, yes. But in fact, it's just because we coded less than 0.3% of the entire system. We rely on the full open source software, and they bring things that are incredible and we could not do, like InfiniSpan, data grid, which is distributed data grid that allow us to do high availability, scalability. We rely on, of course, on Java and JBoss, and then on Ubuntu, and all this, it's a lot of code. So that's why we managed to do
So the word is standing on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Right, we're just reconfiguring now, but whilst we're reconfiguring, I'll tell you what's going to happen. We're just going to go back and see how the cake that we put in the oven is getting on with the scaling. Just to remind you, we've got SIP-P generating traffic, squirting traffic into the Clearwater IMS, and we're going to see how it's getting on. Have you got a microphone?
I think this is working. Can you jump back to the Zabbix screen? So we showed you this before, kicking off, and the CPU usage was down here. You can see it ramped up. This is the 5 trigger line. It ramped up and then dropped back down, and it's ramped up again and dropped back down. And if we slip to here, if we click on, this is Sprout here, you can see that there are now 4 units running. Yellow implies that 1 is actually in the process of coming up, and there are 3 that are actually active. So while I've been ramping in the course of the demos, 2 more units have come up and actually processing load, and there is 1 more in the process of doing it. If you switch back to the Zabbix monitoring, you'll be able to see we can click on the triggers here, and you can see that it has hit some loads, problems, high load here, average CPU load too high has hit the trigger. If you go back to the graphs, Zabbix graphs, we can see on here, this is looking at Sprout 0. If you click on here, you can see there's now Sprout 1 and Sprout 2. So if you click on Sprout 1, that shows the CPU usage. So this one came up, ramped back down. If you click on Sprout 2, we should see something. It's just kicked off. There's not much load on it yet, but that one's only just started taking load in the network. And jump back to Sprout 0, and you can see the spikes have come up. So, and it's just bringing up a new instance now. Okay, so we can see the scaling has actually worked there. It will carry on trundling along in the background, and I'll hand it back to Jean to show the next bit of the demo.
Okay, a man who needs no introduction, Mr. Jean Roule.
Yeah,
he
will introduce me.
Just
a little words on Jean is you know Jean and his tremendous technology. He ran into using better containers, and there is actually 2 big families of containers, types of containers. One is Lexi. It's containers for an operating system. It's what Ubuntu is doing, invented years ago, and come up with. It's exactly like an operating system. And there is Docker. It's container for apps and all the ecosystem that goes with it. Just keep that in mind. Of course, Juju takes care of all of that for you, of course. But Juju, Jean, will I start to. You are Juju. That's you. No, you will see Juju meets magic, and Jean will show the magic of Rescom and Juju together.
Okay, thanks. So let me.
How long have you got? Not very much time, because we're running very short of time now.
We actually don't see the. Hold on.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to present the rapid WebRTC application development based on Rescom, and I'm going to demonstrate that with both Juju and LXC, which is containers for Linux, which is new technology that's kind of replacing the virtualization using the user space, and same thing with Docker. So basically showing both technologies and how they can play together. So who is Telestax? You probably know about a little bit about us. So we are the company behind MobiSense. I'm going to think speeds up because we are a bit behind. Basically, we are providing the MobiSense communication platform. We have everything from legacy SS7 up to WebRTC and bleeding edge. So we are doing also Android SDK, iOS SDK for WebRTC, and basically we're really focusing on Rescom to enable all the communication as a feature, both in the enterprise and service provider. So we have been working on MobiSense for the past 12 years now, and this is what you can see in terms of growth of MobiSense. So you can see how some of the big impacts in the history of MobiSense, basically when we started back 2003, 2002, and basically when Red Hat acquired MobiSense, we kept growing, and then when we spin out of Red Hat and created Telestax, the communication platform grew even more in terms of contribution and commits to the code base. So everything is open source. You're free to come and contribute and help driving MobiSense. We'll be running ResCon, which is our conference in the next few days after TADS, so you're welcome to join as well. So what we offer is RESTCOM, MobiSense, and similarly to Ubuntu, we are providing world-class support and professional services around the platform and the middleware we're offering. So now on to the demos. So I've been preparing the demo, so I'll not be showing all the deployments, but what I did offline so that we can win time is basically bootstrap the environment, deploy the Juju GUI. So basically I went to the Juju admin user interface, and you can basically search for services in the Juju Charm store and look for the MobiSense RESTCOM bundle that will basically deploy MySQL and MobiSense RESTCOM. And I'm using a local environment for Juju, which is the LXC. So it's based on containers. So basically when you deploy this environment, it takes about 15 minutes to deploy locally. And then you can just go to the user interface here of RESTCOM when it's deployed. And I already provisioned a service called the, let me show you the, so I provisioned a service on the number 6666, which is the voicemail demo. And if you go to this application, basically it just say a text, text-to-speech, or welcome to the Telecom Application Developer Summit, and then it will record the call, and you can basically listen to the recording. So now if I go, so with RESTCOM out of the box, you don't need to configure any SIP clients. It comes out of the box with a WebRTC client, which we call Olympus, where we can connect to. And you can do things similar to Skype in terms of peer-to-peer conference video calls. And if you dial the number I pre-provisioned with the voicemail application, then you can basically, hold on. Okay, so it just played the text, but I didn't connect the audio, sorry about that. So now it's basically recording for 10 seconds, as described in the visual designer here. For 10 seconds, it's record the call, then it disconnects, and if you go back to the admin UI, you can basically listen to the recording. So which one is it? It's this one. So it's using the host name of the local machine, so I just need to use the IP address here instead of the host name. And again, you can listen to the recording for 10 seconds. So this recording URL is available. You can send it by SMS, by email. So in kind of 15 minutes, you can deploy a full voicemail application with Juju and LXC. So we did the same thing for Docker container here. So the commands are as simple as Juju. Basically, you pull the latest RESTCOM for the Docker Hub registry, and you just run a command that will boot up the Docker container with the RESTCOM image on it. And basically, this is the same thing. I pre-provisioned the Docker instance so that we can win time. And basically, the demo is the same, so I won't go through it again. But you can connect, and you have a similar voicemail application here. And basically, you can do WebRTC on Docker container and Juju LXC. So you're free to use which technology you prefer. Use the right tool for your use case. But everything is open source. You have links here for the Juju to the Juju charms, and for the Docker container to the tutorial to actually play with the technology. So it takes 15 minutes, and you're free to play with it. So one announcement I would like to make is we've been doing dangerous demos as part of TADS and been part of that hack for the past 3 years. One thing you notice is there is friction for developers in downloading open source software and running things by themselves. So we are moving forward with providing and using the technology that we have been using in the dangerous demos for the past 3 years, and moving forward with providing a RESTCOM cloud for the TAD and TADSummit events, so that developers can actually build application without downloading anything on their laptop. The goal is to, as in the TADS mindset, to bring all the partners together. So we will create the cloud as a blueprint of what you can do with open source technology and with all the partners. So using Juju, Docker for running the RESTCOM cloud, connecting with various Amazon services for the backend and for the DNS, partnering with a number of partners for the PSTN and termination, doing some media with Dialogic XMS, billing with OpenCell, and some monitoring with Graylog. So we'll be iterating on that. As some of you may have noticed, Slovak Telecom have been using RESTCOM Cloud already for their service number mapper. So we'll be keeping iterating on that blueprint architecture and bring more partners in the mix as we move forward before we go GA, hopefully, for the next TADSummit.
Jean, that's brilliant. You've made up about, what, 5 minutes there. Well done. Yeah, and right, Philippe now is rushing in from stage right to get plugged in now. Can I just amplify the magnitude of that little announcement that Jean managed to slip in there about this complete ecosystem, cloud-based ecosystem that Telestacks are rolling out. It's very significant, and this is not vaporware. This is real stuff, which I hope you're getting the impression that it does kind of work, even though some of these bits are a little bit tenuous. So anyway, next on is Philippe Sultan from Happy Days, again from France. It's definitely French time, isn't it? Do you want to use... Philippe is well known to the TAD community, being one of the founder members of the group, I think. Been here forever.
True.
And
we're trying to get
the screen resolution sorted out. And help is at hand. Yeah, if you unplug it and replug it. It's clearly doing something, isn't it? So, what Philippe... now, Philippe has got kind of partial success, I think, in his demo. I'm looking at your eyes.
Yeah. Well, yes, what I'm going to show is an example of a service that we are running for about 2 years now, and that we wanted to instantiate on Juju. And it's more like a return of experience of our work using Juju. But I think I'll have some time for a quick demo.
Yeah, there we go. It goes straight through. We've got about, if you can make it 5 or 10 minutes, that'd be brilliant. Where's the other microphone?
Okay. So, this is really, as I said, we are quite new to Juju, and I think it's kind of interesting for people like us who are quite new to this really amazing technology to have a return of experience of what we've done and what we want to achieve with Juju. So the idea for us was to deploy a SaaS product that is running now for 2 years and has quite a great success as a Juju charm. So we started to work on Juju for a few weeks ago, and we didn't know what a Juju charm was, and we were very interested in that. So we are Happy Days have an API for building telecom services. We have a voice over IP infrastructure that we made available as an API that allows you to get phone numbers from us and make script and decide what will happen whenever someone calls one of your phone numbers. We also have a PSTN and WebRTC gateway, a conferencing unit that is available to web developers in order for them to place and receive calls. And what we've done also is a SaaS product called Widget for Call. So this is Widget for Call. It's a very simple service. It's actually a technology that exists for, I think, 15 or 20 years now. The idea is very simple. It's a click-to-call service. You click on a button on a website, you enter your phone number, you get called, and you get in a call with someone in a call center, for instance. So it's a very simple service. The web service, the back office that we use is displayed here. So here, for instance, if I want to create a widget, I can do it in 4 steps. Here I would provide the phone number that will be the destination of my calls. Then, if needed, some opening hours. Then a quick design of my widget, and then what I will produce, what the system will produce is a HTML code and JavaScript that you just have to insert on a website in order for you to have a click-to-call window like this one. Okay, so using Juju, what we wanted to do is, so this is the description of widget for call. Using Juju, what we wanted to do is, okay, we use widget for call to make calls using our own SIP infrastructure. That's the thing. Now, if some operator wanted to install this service, then we would have to replicate probably almost even our own API onto the operator's infrastructure. Now, with Juju, we found it very easily to instantiate actually the web server that we use here in order to be able to provide the back office that I just shown. So here, I already have started my Juju environment because it takes a while. It takes about 5 minutes to instantiate everything. But I can see that if I start a Juju status command, that I have here an IP address of an instance that's running of the back office that I just shown before. So if I connect to this IP address, I can see here that I have the same design of my back office, of the back office that we have currently as a SaaS product, but in a cloud instance. You can see here the IP address of the instance that's running this website. So now, what we managed to do is to instantiate the back office. What we still have to do now is to be able to drive actually the SIP trunks that are used to place the phone calls. Currently, we use our own infrastructure. What we want to do next with Juju is to be able for an operator to say, okay, I can instantiate my website, I can instantiate this back office, and now I can provision a SIP trunk, and I want this back office to be able to drive actually the SIP trunks so that the operator will be completely independent using its widget for call instance. So for that, we have to still work on this SIP integration. And also, what we would like to achieve next is to be able to integrate billing. As I saw in the presentation of Sebastian, there are tools already available in the Juju environment. There are charms that we can use, and we definitely have to use them in order to improve our solution. And this is what we'll do and hopefully show that in the next TADSummit.
Thanks. That's great, Philippe. Right. Racing from the back, we have our last but one demo. This is Team Oracle. And everybody gets, Oracle operating in a charmed environment? What's going on here? Well, I've got news for you. Actually, this part is not charmed. And Andy's looking at me quizzically. Yes, I've got a secret demo up my sleeve, which I think you all want to see because it's a bit of a surprise one. So, Doug, do you want to use the hand mic? Sure. Yeah. So whilst you're getting plugged up, tell us what you're going to show us and why it's really exciting. Is that working?
That's not working so far. Hello? But I can talk real loud.
Okay.
Thanks, very good. I had dinner with James in end of September, and he gave me this proposition of what we want to do here, and of course I thought he's mad, and of course I think I'm even more mad by being pulled into the dangerous demo and being part of this. The proposition he said was take our service delivery platform products, bring them into their lab, connected to their network, and start doing some WebRTC to their network to WebRTC, and then start adding and showing all the goodness of WebRTC that applies to their network, as well as adding API interfaces for doing authentication, SMS, and other types of services. But the mad part about it was, I think we started this work about 3 or 4 weeks ago. We did the installation, but the actual logic was being done over the past 2 weeks. And then the other crazy part is I was kind of busy till about 7 o'clock last night. So that's when I started playing with this. That's no excuse. It just adds to the fun.
Yeah, well, the message here is that you can develop this stuff extremely quickly if you're under pressure.
And you produce good things under pressure.
Indeed.
Yeah, what we have, and what we'll be showing here real quick, we have a WebRTC session controller, OCAS, our converged application server, and our services gatekeeper. The OCAS is running the service logic. That's an IMS compliant platform. And in fact, the other two products are based on OCAS. Services Gatekeeper will be doing the authentication for us and the SMS processing. WebRTC Session Controller, well, that's self-explanatory. You'll see the bits. But we took all this and connected it to the TruePhone network, utilizing quite heavily the SMSC and going out to the mobile network and vice versa. So I think I want to keep it simple, although we know there's a lot of technical stuff buried underneath. The beauty of this is that it is simple, and I think we see easy to run. Do I have this microphone? Hello? I see him scrambling back there. That's better. That way I can type at the same time, which is required for demo. So I'm going to show here real quick, and I'm going to try to keep it quick. I don't know if you're timing me, if I can.
Yeah, we're still running late. I'm looking at Helen.
I will give you time back.
Okay,
because I'm hungry and I will go to lunch. So I'm going to show you 3 basic steps. Out of the box, we heard out of the box a lot. Now, out of the box is important. You know, we hear from Telestacks, you'll hear from us. Out of the box allows you to bring it out of the box and start trying to do things immediately. So that's what we have here. Out of the box is what you would see. I'm going to come into this box, and this is out of the box WebRTC Session Controller. So I'm doing the WebRTC product here. I'm going to log in, and I have a whole bunch of sample applications. I'll pick the top one. I'm going to just do the call sample here. I have to log in. Hold on. Get it right. You guys can make sure I'm typing correct. And now I'm connecting in. I'm basically registering into their network. And now I have a few things I could do, like make a phone call, do a video call, and again, just very simple stuff. So we see these as building blocks. Here I'm attempting to do an audio call. So I'm going from WebRTC out through their network to a live phone somewhere in the world. And hopefully that phone will ring, and we'll actually go, oh, I turn off the mute buttons and actually hear someone talking. Oh, there he is. Hi, Luis. He's sitting right here, of course. Thank you, Luis. So here we're going from WebRTC to a circuit switch out and back again. Are we doing this through? Oh no, that's.
Yeah, we got a camera coming to show what's going on the handset.
Oh, he's too late. We hung up the call. So I'm going to go to the next one because
well,
we're under
really
limited time.
Significant because we're running WebRTC on what's that? An iPhone.
No, we're
This was for circuit switch call. Now we are going for native application on iPhone.
Native application on the iPhone, which is running WebRTC effectively. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is an in-app where we take the calls for WebRTC and call them from an application as opposed to calling them from a browser.
And we've got a camera coming up behind Louise, so that if you hold it the other way around, the camera will show what you've got.
The camera will see the camera.
Oh, all right.
And then you see me in the center here. Now we're just doing a video call to the same, but now it's going over IP. I'm going to kill the microphone here. And so that was, now we're still going the same device, but one was over circuit switch and one is now over IP. So I'm going to get out of this and let's move on. I mentioned these are just basic building blocks, and this is what you can do that's out of the box. Very easy to develop. I even did this in Japan where I pulled it out of the box and had phones ringing within a couple hours. Danger part of this demo is actually have a marketing guy do this stuff. Oh, hold on. Now I'm going to build upon the basic building blocks and move it to the next step and build I'm going to say a slightly more sophisticated demo. And we've seen this before. I think again, the noteworthy part about this is the speed that we did this in. I have to log in again. I'm going to create a room. We'll say TADSummit 15. And so this is just a chat room, a video chat room. Again, we're doing this through the TruePhone network. On there, I'm going to send out to a mobile device. I'm going to send to Andy's phone. Find Andy. I want to switch up devices a bit. Now we're going to go to an Android.
If this works, Doug, I will be just so amazed.
Oh, he received a message. So now I'm going out through the TruePhone SMSC, out through the network. So we're in from WebRTC, out to SMS. He's received the link, and now he's going to bring it up on the Android phone. Drum roll, please. There it is. You see the cameraman. Now, why don't you go ahead and add in another device just to make sure that it is truly a chat room. It's always better to have more than just two people talking, where you can enter a device just based on going to that URL.
Now you're showing off, Doug, aren't you?
Well, this is where you start making it dangerous. Things really have to work. You want me to hold that for you while you type? What? Oh, there you are. Okay. You typed with one hand, one finger. There we are. So that was we can keep adding devices, adding endpoints in through mashing it up, either WebRTC or circuit switch. So we're adding those connections here. Let me save the time and move on. And I'm going to disconnect this call and take it to the last point. Now, these were all building blocks. We're just getting more and more complex and see if these things work. I'm going to go ahead and now we're going to build out a customer call center in the TruePhone environment. I am a call agent. I walk into work. Now, this was developed by Luis here. He's been working on his spare time over the weekend. I log in, and I am an agent. Let me turn off this. And I'll go to work this day, and this is what I will see. And so I can now start receiving calls, taking calls, or taking web calls. There's the phone's ringing. Uh-oh. Does TruePhone really have problems where customers call?
No, we don't have any problems.
We'll find out. Hello, TruePhone speaking. May I help you? Hello. There's Luis again. So, Luis, what problems do you have with TruePhone?
I need some help with WebRTC.
Never. Not with WebRTC. Well, you're doing this over a circuit switch call. Let's switch it to a WebRTC call. So that was just from circuit switch into WebRTC into the call center. He can do the same call through WebRTC. Up there it is. The phone's ringing again. And I'll answer it. I had to move down. This is what you have to fix in the screen there. There we are. There we are. Now we're doing a web call and a video call, which is often quite useful for I want to see if it's a call center where I want to have support. If it's a plumber, we want to see the leaky faucet. If it's a car, we want to see the engine. Or it's an insurance agent, we want to see the accident. Here you can turn that camera, and I can see what's going on. I can say, hey, well, Luis, can you take a picture? Take a picture of the audience.
What a good-looking audience.
Oh, not a picture of you. Take a picture, send it to me. I want to put it on file.
Go down.
I'm down. I'm waiting for your picture. There it comes. So now through the data channel, we now capture the picture. We have a nice picture of Andy there. It's a little blurry. I could save that. I could really go back and say, not quite right. Why don't you take another picture? Someone else send a command back to him saying, no, take another picture. And when I go up, here it goes. Now, a much better picture. That's a better picture of Andy's profile, and it's much more clearer. So that's a picture I like. I can go grab it. I can save it. I can move it off to a file. I have that picture. Now we all know that bad things happen, or typical to your end user environment. They may accidentally surf away or surf back, or the browser may go down, or you may roam in or out. And one of the features of the platform, which is also in the specification, we implemented it. I don't know anyone else who has implemented it. He just surfed away to Facebook. Now, if you notice on my screen, I'm frozen now. That was a wrong thing to do. He realizes a mistake. He surfs back. He reconnects. Now, the session is still active. We're not dialing back in. This is called rehydration. You'll find it in the JSIP specification. Basically, it keeps the SIP session alive. The RTP traffic and the SIP connects are still there in the back end. On the front end, all we've done is rehydrate and reconnected, and now we're sending it out again. So now we've rehydrated and kept things alive. I think this is a real key element in that we're switching, going from the telephony world of carrier grade into the web world where it's not carrier grade, and this method of rehydration brings that carrier grade to the web world. And let's move on. So we showed the rehydration there. I can go through and I can send terms and conditions. I can even say, this is true to a call center. I want to say, well, I'm not sure if I can handle your problem here, Luis. Let me go call my manager. In which case, I can say, I'll send you an announcement. So I don't know if you can hear or turn it up. I now just send him an announcement. I go off to my manager. I get my manager involved. He hears that. My manager comes back. I control. I killed it. And now all my managers here, and we're talking. What's that? And that was done without a media server. That was done programmatically. So we would just introduce a WAV file into the stream, into the same stream, into the same RTP stream of the media stream. So we can stop and control and play that.
You said you were going to save me time. You haven't.
How much time am I over?
You're over by a bit, quite a bit, and I just want to squeeze one little thing in at the end. How many bits?
We're 1 minute away.
Go quickly.
We're doing co-browsing now. He enters a name. I'm co-browsing in that I, too, can do something. I'll go in and I'll say, well, let me add to that, 2015. The other cool, neat part about this is web. I can say, hey, I just changed that. I can click on that, and you see it up on the screen there. You can't see it, but it's shaking, saying, hey, pay attention there, and enter that. We're out of time here. Submit, and we'll move on to the very last portion of this. There we are, and now we're back. And, of course, I can share documents. I can do all other things. And at last I say, okay, I will solve all your WebRTC problems. Listen to this video. So he receives the video. I now send the video. He receives it at his end. Blow it up to full size. And it is just one big Oracle advertisement on WebRTC. So,
which we don't want to see that, do we?
And that is our demo. We're done.
That was absolutely brilliant. You're showing off again. So thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. And what's really astounding about that is all of that was knocked together in, 2 days?
Yeah, pretty much 2 days. I know these guys, Luis had one of the guys help him, and he's been doing it on his spare time over the weekend. And we had Stefano, who did the first 2 portions of that. He did that in 2 days. And Stefano was sending us updates. Again, I mentioned earlier, but Stefano couldn't join us because of a family crisis, but he did this remotely and set it up. So it was done very quickly. I'd say it all fell together within 2 weeks, but most of the hard coding was done in 2 or 3 days.
And that is awesome. Anyway, it is lunchtime, but if you want to leg it and have lunch, you can leg it and have lunch. But I have one extra special surprise for you. And yeah, just one more thing. One more thing. I'm going to hand this over to Martin, and you have to be very, very quick.
Yeah, so we didn't think that like Matrix showing it off was good enough. So basically, we made it work. We hopefully this time have either a cameraman coming in or we actually see it this time. Hey, so this is live on the web. Any Ubuntu Core device, you go there. You can go now into the Snappy store.
Oops, sorry.
And then you can find Matrix. You do one-click install, and the only thing we need to automate it is that it starts up automatically, which like we now need to go in, we see metrics, we run one command, And it starts up. So, and that will come in the next iteration. And then if everything goes well, we are able to go in and chat.
So, so somebody, what we're doing here, we're setting up a Juju Charmed instantiation of...
This is snappy. So basically, on any smart device, you can, with apps, put software. And we have, for instance, with DataArt, we're working together on solutions like predictive maintenance, in which on an IoT gateway, you get information about vibrations, and then it's sent to the cloud for big data analytics with Juju. And then any trained model can then be put back into the IoT gateway. So it's
All right. Yeah,
two
got it.
technologies working together.
Brilliant. And what's really significant about this was that yesterday, Matrix wasn't set up, and today it is. And that tells us that the process of actually setting it up is not that complicated.
Yeah, we actually should have done it in an hour. We had some other issues, which was the problem. Like the first hour we had something working, but there was some other small things that made it a little bit longer. So, and with that, I want to make one conclusion.
One final conclusion.
One final conclusion. What you've seen here today is all golden nuggets. They can all be brought together now. You can have the Dockers we've seen from DataArt talk to the RESTcom, talk to the billing system. People can make their own apps and deploy them in networks and have things on your broadband modems, talk to those clouds, move perhaps certain network elements into your cloud, and move IoT things instead onto your broadband modems. All the technology is there. It's just now up to you that you want it. Thank you.
Brilliant. And that concludes our dangerous demos for this year. We look forward to doing something even worse next year. No, that came out wrongly, but even more dangerous. Thank you very much. Lunch is served.
Take your seat, please. And then, John Elliott, we're waiting for. Amos? Kumi here? No? Okay. I'll just go down and hunt down a couple more people. Just like to introduce you to Mark. Okay, we're just waiting on Amos, but he knows the story, so when he arrives, he can just sit down. So, the best tchotchke on all the stands was, of course, from Nexmo. So thank you, Nexmo. So they still have some available. It's a power adapter with a 2-amp USB charger. It's very cool, highly recommend it. So please take one so Neil doesn't have to carry it back on the plane. Okay, so you're doing a favor for Neil, remember, by taking one. Okay, so let's get down to the wrap-up of TADSummit. Now, we've got 3 sections that we're going to run through. We're going to do an announcement about, shall we put the slides up on here? There you go. About something called TADmentor, or as James likes to say, Tormentor. And I'll just briefly introduce it, and then the guys are just going to chat about it, its importance, and how it fits into what they're doing. And it's very much about trying to harness the power we're creating here of the ecosystem. We'll then do just a sort of town hall, so I'll get down and chat to people, and we'll just sort of talk about some of the things we think are going to happen next year. So it's just predictions for 2016. Taking advantage again of the mind trust we have in this room, and it's just fun, chat, make fun of a couple of the sponsors. And then I'll just wrap up and share with you some of the plans for 2016, and then we'll close. That'll be it. So hopefully by around 3 o'clock we'll close that, and then for those who want to, hang on in this room, and immediately afterwards the Huawei folks will be running their Global Service Innovation Cloud workshop. So we're trying to make it as easy and painless as possible. And then, of course, tomorrow we have RestCon for all the RestCom rock stars and groupies. So for many of us, it's a whole week spent, and a very useful week spent in Lisbon. So let me get down to business. We have most of the TADmentor backers here. We're just waiting on Amos from WSO2 and Vox Implant. Alexei is sponsoring TADHack in Paris, but he isn't here in person, but he's here in spirit. So let me just explain what we're trying to do with TADmentor. The sponsors and partners of TADS have unmatched wealth of experience in telecom app development. We've seen that demonstrated time and time and time again through TADSummit. And also, these guys have an unmatched wealth of contacts in all the relevant people and investors you need to know. So it's a mind trust that we should take advantage of. The ecosystem is focused on helping anyone interested in telecom app development. So if you're a startup, a business, or an individual using telecom capabilities, and that could be APIs, WebRTC, open or closed source platforms, and you're looking for investment or simply some help in building your business, TADmentor will make the TAD ecosystem work for you. So that's the high level. How are we actually doing it? It's very simple. TAD sponsors will have mentorship prizes at TADHack. When developers register for TADHack, they can also register their interest in TADmentor and just enter a bit of information about what they're looking for. And then that'll all be made available to the sponsors so that they can help those developers. And it's all about getting advice, getting help in all the different forms for their businesses. We're doing it, to be honest with you, unofficially anyway. So it's just trying to make it more open, encourage more people to take advantage of the TAD ecosystem. Now, why are we doing this? What's unique about TADs that makes us think that we've got something to offer to the broader community? Well, first of all, it's global. Sponsors come from all around the world, and as do their contacts. This isn't a Bay Area focused or a particular location focused initiative. This is a global initiative. And that leads to amazing reach. We've got a reach that's unmatched by any single organization because it's an ecosystem. And it's local. A lot of the companies, for example, let's pick on Apidays. You know, the founding team are in Paris, and if you're in Paris, you've got something local. Local matters in getting mentorship. So if you're in Colombo, again, you can take advantage of that. It's open. You can choose what's right for you. It isn't one technology solution in most cases, and we've shown this time and time again in TAD Hack. It's about mashing up the different capabilities. And that leads to some amazing hacks. It's mashing up Nexmo with Apidaze, as we saw with Roger Voice. And it's warm intros. I've raised cash for startups, my startup, and for other startups, and getting a warm intro is critical in getting funding success. And it really is an unmatched mind trust across all the different types of businesses. And that's something, again, we've seen at TADSummit, just the amazing variety of businesses that are running on top of telecom capabilities. Now, this is just a beginning. It's very lightweight. We're just trying to get something up and running that helps people understand the power of everybody involved in TADS. 2016 is just going to be a year of experimentation. And we'll refine the process based on experience. And from that, we hope that it'll help grow the TAD ecosystem even faster, and in doing so, help all the sponsors grow their business ever faster. Because that's the bottom line. If the TAD ecosystem isn't delivering to the sponsors, then it isn't delivering, full stop. So that very much we're trying to help the sponsors grow their business through helping their customers be more successful. And this isn't replacing anything that isn't already in place. This is something that just complements, because of the events we run, all the programs that the sponsors have in place. So with that, that explains TAD Mentor. You go to the weblog for TADSummit, you'll see there's a blog I've written that explains what TAD Mentor is all about. So what I'd like to do now is hand over to whoever has a mic. Is anybody? We'll start with Vince then. Is it on?
Hello.
There you go.
So my name is Vince Puglia, developer advocate for Dialogic. And first and foremost, I want to thank Alan for inviting us for this TAD Mentor program. So a little bit about Dialogic. Dialogic's been doing, or been working with the ecosystem for a long time now. We really harness the power of it, and it's really good to be a small part now to a bigger purpose here with the TAD Mentor program. So we've worked with a lot of people here, and we've worked with a lot of people on the stage here and in the audience here, in particular today. Earlier we announced working with Safer Mobility. We've been working with the Telestacks guys for a long time now. Been working with the Oracle guys, and even in the audience we've been working with Fondue, Quobis a lot, and we've been working a lot with the community on really growing it. But I guess for me, it's working with them up to a launch, and then also working with them past the launch. So being able to get their great products and their great services out in the world. So we really try and take it a step further with not only holding them through the process of getting to a launch, but also post-launch.
We found Amos.
Todd. Oh, crikey, you're late. Oof. Well, I think everybody knows who I am, I think. We've been supporting sort of mentoring, tour mentoring, for some time, growing young people. And if I look out in the audience, there are a couple of faces who are ex-Trufoni type people, who've now gone on to do much greater and better things, apart from you, Neil. Shame on you. It's hugely valuable to grow the next generation. And in an industry that's new, you just can't get people with all the right skills off the shelf because they don't exist. So you've got to grow new people. And it's a hugely satisfying thing to do when you get somebody come in as a youngster, and they're bright, but they don't know a lot. And 2 years later, well, in certain cases, some of my mentors are actually my mentorees, whatever that is, are earning more money than I am. But that's okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. Always hard to top an act like that one. Yeah, I don't know about sharing anything dangerous. I just want to kind of restate something that's quite obvious, and most people here know it, that the TADS ecosystem is growing by 4 or 5 times every year since we started in 2013. And that's a crazy fact. What other type of focused event, industry event, is growing at that pace? With that said, it's still a very small world when it comes to the folks that are making a difference, influencing things and moving forward. And I really appreciate that Alan and everybody else on the panel stepped up and said, okay, let's help this new generation, this new wave of exponential growth of folks coming into the industry trying to build apps that are making a difference, doing business models. Let's help them with visibility and connections. Each one of us probably have already done this today in the last couple of days. Just literally 10 minutes ago, introduced Moshe to Artisan. To me, it's a very interesting match. Artisan is super fast growing. They're in acquisition mode, investing like crazy. They should talk to more folks here. And having a more streamlined channel for doing that, I can't see how that can hurt. Instead of like one-off and whenever time allows, let's streamline this.
So I have a mic here. So I'm Sandan from Zenit Mobile, and we draw the highest number of developer applications for TADHack year after year for the last 2 years. And interestingly, there was an interesting discussion with Alan when we tried to organize the first TADHack. He said the TADHack location should be open and the developers should be able to just walk in, and I disagreed. And Alan, I said, you don't know the volumes that we are talking about, it'll be just crazy. And then I had to probably convince Alan that we need to do a filtering process. And he said, okay, do that in only that location. And then eventually what happened was, one reason was, of course, the capacity that we could handle at a particular place. But secondly, and most importantly, what we did was, for each team that came to TADHack, we actually put in a mentor. And it was a critical success factor, I would say. Today, if you see companies, or rather teams which came and participated at TADHack, are funded companies today. So it has just transformed, and I think the mentorship had played a larger role there. And it's nice to see that it has now been taken to the next level, and it's been an official thing as part of the TADHack process, which is brilliant.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Luis from Happy Days. So first I would like to thank Alan and Karen and Megan and everyone for all the great organization. We're very happy to have brought with us Roger Voice that Alan mentioned, which is a good example of a mashup with our friends from Nexmo, and probably the kind of situation that we would like to have and to encounter more often. Olivier could testify on this. We have not mentored the project, but we have put a lot of resource to help on some specific areas of the application. He has like a development team and a UI team, but on some specific, and it can also, our help can also be on that, on some specific features, or some special features that they cannot do, and we can help on that. And also connecting to other vendors. Okay, they went directly to Nexmo, but maybe we could have introduced them to Nexmo. And this is something I wanted to mention. Yeah, I think everything what we all do is not new in this room, but when we go outside, it's quite new. So we face a lot of market education issues. I was 2 weeks ago in Web Summit, which is really like not Telecom but Web World. And most of the people, okay, maybe they know Twilio, okay, but they don't know exactly what they do. But they don't know that there are other companies offering same things or better things or different things or more in a different way. So there is a lot of market education. So on our side, what we try to do is to be implicated more and more in developer events. So as Alan mentioned, and we decided together to make the WebRTC TADHack in Paris after we took the decision after the June TADHack here in Lisbon. And I think this, okay, it's a lot of work to prepare, although there are many sponsors. There is a global and a local work to do. But at the end of the day, that's, I think, the right way that we must have, because that's where the creativity is. and where we can find future, the future, not unicorns, but the big companies. Thank you.
Thanks. So, as we've seen, innovation now is outside the carrier world, is moved outside the internal teams of carriers, and this is where I think mentoring becomes key to help new startups, new innovative projects to innovate in telcos. And I'm going to give you this story of a company that we help raise funding for, and we help with technology. Is a company called Indaga. I don't know if anyone have heard of them. They just got sold to Facebook, and it started 2 years ago. There's this 2 PhD student in Berkeley that built an open source base station subsystem, open source BTS, essentially. And they took that piece of software and hardware to Indonesia, one of the remote islands, where there's no connectivity whatsoever. There's 3,000 people on that island, and every day, some of them need to travel for 6 hours to the mainland to get connected to the world. So they took that base station hardware and software and connected it to satellite through the internet. But they wanted phone numbers. They wanted to get access to ranges of phone numbers. And they talked for 6 months with the local carriers, with the regulators. It was impossible to get anything done. And they found Nexmo by accident. And they found that actually we offer phone numbers. And they took Swedish phone numbers and they load them into SIM card in Indonesia. And they created a cellular network on this island, and they changed the life of 3,000 people. And if they didn't have that guidance that they can do these things outside the traditional telco infrastructure, they wouldn't have had the success they had today. That's why I think mentoring as an ecosystem is important to create this kind of innovation.
So my name is John Elliott. I'm from Tropo, and Tropo has always focused on developers. We are developers, and we depend on developers' success. Making sure that they have access to the capabilities, the tool set, is our primary focus. Making sure that the UI UX is excellent, that people can use it very easily, is our absolute focus. And so being part of Cisco now, it just gives us more access to some really cool things that can help developers grow their business. So it's access to markets, access to funding. Obviously, we're in Silicon Valley, so we know quite a few VCs can help with that as well. So mentoring is really key for us to help you all get to the next level. And it starts with even micro funding, where we want to focus around certain verticals like healthcare, financial, IoT are key for us, and those are all very key markets for the Cisco sellers. And so Joe Fu, who's here, is focused on some of those opportunities, so we can do micro funding for those opportunities and get applications up and running. That then we can vet with service providers, but then also some of the Cisco marketing channels. And that's very powerful. So access to markets is really key. We want to make sure and help you guys do that. And that's the part that we play in this mentoring organization that Alan and his wisdom and forethought has created.
So all agreed. Alan, amazing job. One of the things that we always talked about back in Asiata was we needed to be like that. So 2 stories. One from my former life in Asiata, which only stopped about 2 months ago, and what we're planning to do with WSO2 Telco now. So the Roger voice is a fantastic thing, because that's an idea that a bunch of hackers put together for him. Right? And it's about teaching people the art of the possible, whether you can code or not. And so the biggest evangelism we had to do inside Asiata was getting people across that line. And quite often the ideas would come up with business users, but they'd kind of parked their creativity because they knew that it would take way too long to implement. So the art of the possible just opens up stuff that none of us have dreamed about, and I think that's really important across the board. And certainly the catalyst for a lot of what we did in Asiata was the experience in Sri Lanka, and there's a lot of people that have actually become mini SIs that are working with SMEs to help them do stuff because they now know what's possible with the API ecosystem that was created. And that API system was created on the back of our stack, and part of it was also created on the HSenid stack. So I think that's really important in terms of business use. We have a strategy in WSO2 Telco, which is that we know that we will pivot. We know that what we have will spark a ton of ideas that we may not have thought about, or may spark ideas in verticals that we're not ready for yet. But we have the foundation for it. So the sort of gateway hub, the local business that might be formed around a local hub because of the local nuances could be powered by our platform. And we will support ideas and or businesses in a local level, at a local level, like a franchise, if you like, where we bring the playbook, we bring the tool set, we bring potentially, you know, a ton of connectivity, but they go off and do their thing at their local level. And that can be all the way from a smart city idea down to a very simple idea like managing remote solar stations, looking at weather, or which in fact we've done, or you know, we built a taxi meter, and a bunch of people have gone off and done something with that. And that's all based on the same stack, right? But it's a little organization going. The other thing is that our coders are hackers, the whole lot of them, because when we come up with a daft idea, they've got to work out how to pull that off, sometimes very quickly in order to just prove it. And that's a hack in and of itself, quite often a hack of our own capabilities. And then that gets industrialized if it works or if it looks like it's going to work. So that's also important. And it's in some respects, it's matching the creativity. And sometimes you get, I mean, we do hackathons. We're doing one in India, in Mumbai, next week, actually, with Barclays. And Barclays are also using, at least the team we're connected with, the WSO2 stack. So we're all off the same code base, which is great. And they're focusing on their Barclays type user requirements. So we're providing sandbox for more generic telco APIs. And who knows what's going to come out of that. But what we will be is there helping them use the code, maybe giving them an example code just to get them across the line. So.
Cool. Thanks so much, guys. So do we have any questions from the audience? I know it's getting late. It's mid-afternoon, Moshe.
Like, I think somebody said here before that when we're inside the room, everything seems obvious. But outside, people don't know anything about it. And my question is how we can not bring this to the masses, but really bring this innovation to a bigger audience. Because you speak to people in the big telecom, most of them are really either not aware or not interested. Excuse me, some of us were a year and a half ago at WebRTC in London, and basically I think we were pretty much at the same stage. So
it's an interesting one, but I think the concept of hackathons and the concept of crowdsourcing ideas and the concept that, in fact, quite a lot of people who might have spent 20,000 hours playing games in their youth are actually super creative if you can find a way of letting them be who they are. A lot of people talking about game theory and stuff like that. There's a lot of very creative people. I think some of the bigger organizations are really getting that. In fact, we've been doing a project with a company called Tone in the US State Department based on the USAID program, and they have done hackathons with us to try and solve local problems like fishing stock or people dynamiting fish in Indonesia and other places. So, and in fact, one of those just a couple of days ago won the top VAS product in Indonesia in the telco ecosystem. But in fact, that was initiated by a very large organization that's providing a ton of money to Indonesia to help them grow. So I think it's also the concept of crowdsourcing, the concept of hackathons, the concept of putting lots of components together to make something better than the sum of the parts is beginning to get traction, and we just need to keep advertising that.
Well, and I would extend on that and say that directing some of these hackathons for ideas and concepts that the service providers are giving us is one of the things that we really want to focus on. So if they've got a problem to solve, be it an enterprise opportunity or a consumer opportunity, we want to be able to bring that to these hackathons and really focus those hackathons around solving those with creative concepts that then we can take back to those markets and monetize them. So monetization is what I live for. I'm kind of a sales guy.
Yeah, well, just I mentioned that, yes, when we go outside, for instance, in the web world, nobody is aware of like telecom APIs or whatever. When they are very aware, they know Twilio. And that stops there. What we have experienced is that we try to do hackathons outside also of the industry. So we participated, our platform was chosen for a European large hackathon. And today what people, I think most of them are not aware. So we saw lots of hacks, for instance, with the Uber API, even there was like a kitchen app where they could do like a collaborative video for cooking together. So they used a lot of like 3 or 4 different APIs. And I think that's the way developers today envision new products and innovation. It's like I take all these off-the-shelf APIs and I build something together. So I think it's very important also that we as platforms, we go to other environments, smart cities, and any kind of generalist hackathons, and that we show what we can do, because there is really a lot of interest and a lot of traction on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, some of the things we do very practically is, for example, with TADAC Mini in Paris, we're siting at Numa, which is really the fashionable web-centric capital of Parisian development. Other things we do is engage with universities, whether it's IST here in Lisbon, UCL, UPM, IIT. So it's engaging as many of the production factories of the new young engineers that are coming into a whole range of businesses that at least have an appreciation. And I think that's the shift we've seen through 2015, is a lot of people, it was the first hackathon they ever attended, because one of the cultural issues with a lot of hackathons is it's presented as, for big hairy engineers, while we keep banging the drum that TADAC is for everyone. It's not just developers, coders, it's for product people, it's for UI people. So, and that attracts a lot of people in. At the global event we did, we had several people attend over at IST that no plans on hacking. They were there purely to see what a hackathon was, to chat to basically all the sponsors, understand their technologies, and they may have played around with it a little bit over the weekend to get trained up, and then they take it back into their business. So I would say there's a mix of different approaches. We also partner with like SDI in Spain, who have a big list of enterprise-focused developers, and we spam their lists to make them aware of these cool events. And it's onesies, twosies, but we're getting there. We're getting more and more developers involved, both husband and wife teams that won both in Chicago and in Melbourne aren't from the telecom industry, but had very cool hacks that use telecom capabilities. So it's a mixture of little by little, and I agree, trying to do something more strategic as well.
Yeah, I think I'm tagging along to what you said. Personally, I think that TAD Mentor is a good idea for the small companies and people that want to get into this. But actually, I would like to suggest that you have a TAD Mentor for the operators. Because you can think that many small companies think they call that. Yeah, well, it's a different flavor. But really, I think when I talk to people in my company, which is a big company, and you try to convince them that there are good things out there on the web, the World Wide Web, they are getting scared because they don't know this and how to approach and how to host and how to engage. So I think the mentoring is just as useful for those guys that can provide these things. So maybe next year you have a TAD mentoring for the operators.
I think that's a very good idea. And it's something that we push. I mean, Sebastian from Slovak Telecom is a great example of, he's not a developer, but he came in at TADAC Mini London, and with, I mean, he's a geek, but, not sort of, trained in coding, but he was able to create a service that demonstrated something that showed that using cloud-based service, he could deliver something in 24 hours. It doesn't take years and millions of dollars. And from that was actually able to get a project kicked off and announced it at TADSummit yesterday. So I think it is possible. I'll give you, though, a comment I get from many people when I say, we're in London, we're doing a hackathon. Oh, when is it? Over the weekend. I'm just not that committed. And there is a motivational issue as well. And we're a small event, very limited budget. It's hard to engage when people aren't committed. So I think there's a very important motivational thing. And I agree with you. I think we should look more closely at working with organizations that are willing to get their people motivated and get them involved. Because I am seeing some telcos, especially here in the discussions we've had at TADSummit, a very active discussion how we can get more of the people within telcos to be attending TADHack.
Okay, just a comment to that. I think a good way to do that is, I met a few people here that basically in the same situation as I am. And these are individuals in big companies. And they need help, argumentation, ideas on convincing top management. So money and time is not a problem unless you convince the right people. And I think this is the mentoring part, that attracting individuals that can actually make a change in these big companies is a place to start.
Anybody want to? Okay.
This is a less than fully formulated thought, but one of the things that, within the community, one of the things the mentorship program will actually do is give visibility to smaller companies, both through connections, direct connections. What could the TADS community do for folks like you and Sebastian to help you get that visibility inside the monoliths that you work for? Because I think that's really important, because, success stories are happening. And so what could the broader community do through programs and blogs and various visibility campaigns and things in the broader telecom industry to help you folks get the visibility of kind of like the champions inside the cave, so to speak?
Of course, I know the answer to that. No. That's a good question. I think what you mentioned, sharing the success stories. So basically trying to create like an open source community for success stories amongst the people that actually experience them and are willing to share them. All right, so getting access to those. Yeah. But creating that in a form that's easy to communicate to the management, and also maybe getting a network of people that those guys can also relate and talk to. All right. So I think there are many ways of doing it, but I think actually mentoring people that are individuals in big organizations would be a great help, and that will also fuel, enabling more. It's kind of, this is an industry in some kind of trouble to some extent. All right, so trying to gang up together to expose all the goodness that we can provide for people is a good thing for the total industry. So sharing success stories, sharing recipes. Now people are actually open sourcing things, but discovering these things takes a lot of energy, and sometimes it's only by luck. So if you could have a network, you could have success stories shared, open source. I contributed my recipe, more of those, then maybe we can do it.
It's not just a success story from a business point of view, because obviously if anything is successful and moves the needle in the context of a telco, they'll look at it anyway. I mean, one of the biggest issues with digital services and telcos is that 3 or 4 years ago, people were going, it's going to be 500 million, it's going to be whatever, and it wasn't. And the only way you'll ever see those returns, which the CFOs don't buy anyway, is by buying into a company and then going on a 3 or 5x multiple because it because that's what the economy is doing. But the real issue is the process behind it. It's the industrialization that telcos think they need. So the bit they haven't got over is that 3 nines is fine. And that's what Amazon gives, and they're not for changing. Right? So in a lot of respects, it's also just for after someone said, "Fine, let's go for it." It's getting everybody else on that track.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Which is the thing I'm trying to solve. But.
So we have time for one more question. Okay, I'll grab you at the back there.
So how could the mentor program actually help someone who's probably participated in who's won, say, a hack, and everyone thinks, oh, that's a great idea, he won, and he got a prize for it. And then, so what happens to that idea? It dies off because, well, nothing's done with it. Is it just because it's a cool idea, so it's more focused on technology, and it's not cool enough to turn into a business and start a startup? So how could we move from a good idea and turning that into something that's marketable?
Okay, I think I can have a crack at that one. We've become involved in a number of these tech incubator type organisations. A number of them springing up in London at the moment. And quite often, a place in the incubator will be given as a prize to the winners of a hackathon or similar sort of thing. So you get something like 3 or 6 months worth of rent-free accommodation and mentoring in this organisation. And I'm looking at Helen going, oh no, that's very bad. Yeah, well, you don't get anything for nothing. But yeah. But you know what? If you have the choice between potentially succeeding, and giving up 6% of your business, or just not even getting a leg on the ladder, I know which one I would go for. So, you know, I think it's a good thing. What do you think, audience? What do you think, panel?
Well, I think the answer is really depending on the teams. I mean, there are people who are just coming at different levels of knowledge when they come to hackathons. They come like, for the weekend, oh, I have an idea, or I just want to spend some time. We had, for instance, in London, the Lightspark startup, who just raised money now. They came to the hackathon because they wanted to be able to receive calls into their video conferencing app. So they were looking for a solution, so we worked 2 days with them. And we helped them on that. Then they walked away. I think they don't need us really like much more than that. I mean, other than support or whatever. And when you were asking your question, I love startups and I build some startups. I mean, a startup is not a hackathon weekend. It takes a little bit more time. You have to you have to start from an idea, but then there is a lot of work. And I think we, as entrepreneurs, I'm always happy to give advice and to spend some time helping someone. And it sometimes happens when there are hackathons. I seen one team, for instance, last year, who is already in the 4th hackathon, and each time they come with the team is one person bigger, but they are still working in other outside companies, but they are like iterating for trying to find a nice concept of startup company. But it takes time. But they come from one hackathon to another with new ideas. They call me sometimes. They send me mails, and this is something I'm okay to do that. Thank you.
And maybe just one comment from Sayathan, because you've got a recipe that's generated several successes to that point.
So actually, there are 2 categories of mentors out there. One, during the hackathon, you need technical mentors to get the thing working. But post-hackathon, we normally assign a business mentor to work with them to get it working on the market. So that has worked out very well for us. And then, for example, when we run TADHack, post-TADHack, we run another competition and we throw out some goodies to them, and they are judged just based on how much money that they make with the application or service that they've built. So, and that's about 4 weeks or 8 weeks that we give. Depending on the context, we announce that, and we announce some goodies around it. And those two factors has worked out well. So it's a very valid point. And then we've seen the hack that wins the hackathon probably is not the hack that actually makes money. It's something else.
So what I suggest is, because of time, let's thank the TAD Mentor backers, and let's try and generate some successes through 2016. Thank you very much, guys. Now, we were going to do some predictions for 2016. You can go down if you want, so you're not in the spotlight, or you can stay up here if you want, if you like being in the spotlight. It's up to you. We'll skip the predictions for 2016 because we did spend some good quality time discussing TAD Mentor, and if we go on to predictions for 2016, we could be here till 4 o'clock. So I don't want to do that. So I'll skip over this. There were some fun ones, like will we see more M&A like Cisco Troppo? Who is next? But we can do that in the bar this evening. So first of all, thank you to everyone who stayed through to the end. Why are we here? I said this right at the start, because we're open. And TAD Mentor is just one of a number of examples of what openness enables. I have to thank the sponsors, because really without them, this isn't possible. Appidays, Dialogic, Ericsson, Genband, Zenith Mobile, Huawei, Matrix, Metaswitch, Nexmo, Oracle Communications, Telestax, Troppo, Truphone, Ubuntu, and WSO2, as well as the many partners. Just to highlight a few, Zoipa, Tyntech, OpenCell, who you saw in the Dangerous demo, and CM Telecom. I just want to quickly share with you what our plans are for 2016. As always, we're not a big organization. It's just me basically driving it with the help of people around the world and the help of all the sponsors. What we're looking at for 2016 is we're in the middle of trying to get a mini together for Tokyo on the 13th and 14th of February. Yes, we don't have much time. Possibly getting involved in a Hack for Good. This is a massive hackathon, and to your point, Moshe, where it's very web-centric. This isn't telco people at all, and just being a component of a far larger event and showing all the cool things you can do with telecom capabilities. TADAC Mini London, which was very successful, and Sebastian is just one of many successes that were generated out of that. We're opening up Latin America. So Fernando at the back there, is he still there? There he is. Hey, Fernando is working very hard with the universities in Uruguay. So we'll hopefully have TADAC Mini Montevideo on the 7th and 8th of May. Again, engaging the amazing universities there and all the students, as well as, of course, the broader ecosystem. Then what we're planning to do, because we took the feedback from all the developers, especially the students and the universities that help us, in pushing TADHack from June to October, so that it's a lot easier for the students. There's no exams. They've got off after the initial fresher weeks and the rest, and we're avoiding all the Jewish holidays as well. It's a complex problem arranging these dates, you know. So we're looking at TADAC Global, 14th, 16th of October. So we're running it from Friday through to Sunday, because some of the universities want to run Friday, Saturday, not Saturday, Sunday. Some want to skip the Saturday, so we're just doing it over 3 days. The key with the global event is it's everywhere, it's distributed, because we want to lower the cost of getting involved, and the way you do that is by making it as local as possible. And then we're thinking of the summit 15th, 16th of November, and we might split it into an east-west, because we do want to get more East involvement. We were in Istanbul last year. We started in Bangkok as the first event. So we might do something where we do one in Colombo and then maybe one in Lisbon 6 months apart. We're thinking about it. You know, it's a year away. We'll basically talk to lots of people and get some feedback. So that's the plan. So it's sort of growing the ecosystem, trying to take telecom app development to as many developers who aren't telco related as possible. And the key is, we've got a 1-2 punch. Because we do TADHack in October, we do TADSummit in November. No other event on the planet can do that. Because when you do TADHack, you have a month of just tweets, blogs, the content, the attention when you look at the website is massive. And we can use that to feed into TADSummit so that we can really, I think, move the needle more significantly on getting far broader set of not just the telco industry, but all related industries getting involved and seeing what they can do with telecom capabilities. So just to wish you safe travels. We'll hopefully see you around in TADSummit, TADHack through 2016. See you at the GSIC workshop that's going to be happening in a few minutes, and also tomorrow with Telestack's RestCon event. And then finally, just to finish off, on the 12th and 13th of December, we have TADHack Mini Paris, so please, if you can, come along, register. We have Apidays, Circuit, that actually just got bought by Atos Origin, Matrix, Telestack's, Tropo, Vox Implant, and of course Numa, who is the trendy, fashionable place in, and it's Numa Santier that we're basing the event in. We are hopefully, if we can twist James Tagg's arm, we can get Truephone involved in it as well. We'll see. And just to say, it's going to be a very cool event because, can you read that? We will have the Randy Resnick Trio on Saturday evening. Thank you so much, Randy. And you can listen to his music as well and then link through to SoundCloud and listen to far more of it. So it's going to be a very cool hackathon. And as James Bodie said, it's going to be the TADS Christmas party. So thanks so much. And with that, safe travels. See you again soon. And thanks so much for all your time. So, you can hang around, you can go, come on down, Mac. Mac's going to kick off the Huawei.
First of all,
wait a sec, there is an Oakley case. Has anybody left an Oakley glass case? Oakley glass case? Going once? Going twice? Okay, it'll be on the registration desk. Sorry.
Thanks, Alan. Big round of applause for Alan. Thanks a lot. So we've got a Global Service Innovation Cloud workshop now from Huawei. You're all invited to attend. If you want to take a quick break and come back in, that's great. We'll just get set up and get going here in about 5 minutes. So everyone's welcome to attend. Thanks.
Only video. Yeah. Now they shut up the stream.